Got it there. All righty. Indeed. All righty, y'all. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here in Morocco in northwestern Mexam. How are you? All righty, y'all. Happy Holy Venus degree, right? On this 14th, pertaining to April 2023, right? That's according to the Christian calendar year, correct? Sothic Gregorian, some will also say, right? However, we know that this is 1443, all right? We are subtracting the 580 years as documented in our Clock of Destiny, correct? Book 1, if I'm not mistaken, right? Correct me if I misquoted that. However, what's going on, guys? We're going to probably just chat for a little bit before I do the invocation in and both the letters to be read in every meeting. All right. And guys, remember today, again, we're doing our virtual and telephony field trip. All righty. As we had promised almost a moon cycle ago. Now we're at the portion where we already went over the Connecticut State Republic. We went over Birmingham Midlands, right, for Warwickshire. Near the UK, right, the United Kingdom, and now today, where our brother Jadon L, I guess he's out there near the California State Republic, right? He had asked that we do, and guys, as you go back about 4 Fridays ago, I actually said this, and as it was actually going in bit by bit. So I was like, you know what? I mean, okay, let's just do it in order. So we did Connecticut State Republic per Mother Sahar L, asking us to do it there. Then JM, she's across the pond, had asked us to do the what was that? To ask us to do West Midlands, right? Birmingham, West Midlands, Warwickshire, United Kingdom, and then Jadon L was like, "Yo, can you do Khalifa?" I'm like, "Okay, California State Republic, that's a go." So I got about 7 tabs I want to share with you guys for this impromptu improv. And I am here with my beloved brother, in whom I'm well pleased, and he is. Oh, you're muted, bro.
Islam. I'm Brother Hasan Bey, all rights reserved.
Yay, yay. About to get it. All righty, let us do it and this it. Actually, bro, we're going over. I know I had like posted, the 1 through 7 in the chat. Among some other things, man. I kind of been up since like 5-ish, and just been going at it, right? And just knocking out some things as far as, just some really quick, brief studies, right? Before I kind of just bite down all the way and complete what I have to do with what I have moving on the so-called federal level in certain district courts, right? So with that being said, right, I'm really like pumped up for today, man. It's been a great flow of energy, right? Right before this eclipse that's happening right after the third quarter moon, right? So what I'm thinking is, bro, is there something you would like to monologue on while I go and do our edits real quick on the fly so people can see the thumbnail and check the description before we get started, man? I yield the floor to you, brother Islam.
Islam, bro. I am using my phone for the audio just because I have my laptop, which you already know how to do.
Yeah, it's all good, man. No worries. It is what it is. I mean, if you have to, once I go to screen share or whatever, bro, all you gotta, if you want the people to see you while you're speaking, just, unmute your camera on your phone. Other than that, man, we can see you for right now because we're not screen sharing. So Islam.
Man, happy Holy Venus degree to all the mods all over the planet.
That's right.
I'm getting a feedback. I don't know if that's
you. Yeah, you probably gotta mute one.
Yeah, I muted the other one. Gotcha. All right.
Indeed.
All right. So, man, peace and love to everybody. It's a beautiful, beautiful day out here. On the west side portion of, the Northeast. Over here near the Las Vegas Corporation, right? Yeah, so we're gonna go in on speaking of West Coast, right? West side, we're gonna go in on the California State Republic.
Correct.
Right. And so I didn't prepare any notes, but I definitely, got something to share. So I would say, let's see who's in the chat right now.
Indeed. Yeah, man. That's why I kind of just share some things like, man, this is what I'm kind of looking at. But bro, when you go to read these things that I'm going to share, it's only 7 tabs of information. I literally did like a brief lookup, and I think in like less than 15 minutes, I had 7 tabs. You know what I mean? So I guess about approximately every 2 minutes, I found something like, oh, this is helpful. Oh, this is helpful. Hey, look at this too. Like it just was like pop, 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 pop. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool, right? So you'll see, man, when we go in on this, we're like, yo, really? Like, yeah, man, I actually saw some things in certain parts that even when we go into the California Code of Regulations, I was like, that is pretty cool to see. Certain language being utilized, like, man. And then I recognized that California's assembly is called California State Assembly. It's not called the
State of. Yeah,
the state of California General Assembly. I'm like, that's right. More evidence that that's a republic country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, no, actually, it says republic on their flag, doesn't it?
That's what I thought, right? And I saw it with the bear and whatnot, like, you know, the whole "don't tread on me" type thing or whatever. Pretty sure that's more of an asp or a serpent. Some people would say, with the "don't tread on me" portion. However, like, yeah, I'm like, it's more of a kind of, sounding more like a country. However, I did see some things that was like, it's, I think in the civil code, we'll actually see too, that it's enforcing the common law of England.
Right.
So that's what it's utilizing, which means it's still doing some foreign administration, man.
Yeah.
That's how I'm seeing it, man.
And it's always foreign because when they defend an action or when they pursue an action, they use foreign agents. So it's always something foreign going on. At least foreign to the Republic or foreign to, the Maghreb. Yeah, man. A lot of people gonna be paying their debt soon. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like, contractual obligations, right? I'm talking about the debt that they owe for putting certain energy out there, right? For doing certain things. So let's just be clear that there's no winning or losing in this. This is actually something that everyone needs to do for themselves, because at the end of the day, we all need to be able to stand on our own, upright, independent, and fearless. If I'm not around, if the bros is not around, you need to be able to stand on your own. And so this is why we actually come out and share all this information with you guys, because it's really not doing much for me to share the info with others, because at the end of the day, others are not going to apply it for me, right? This is strictly, when we share, is strictly to help uplift those beings and those minds that have been clinging to those principles that dilute to slavery for so long. So, I hear the language of my own babies, you know what I mean? My babies. I heard what my daughter corrected my son. She said, "Travel, not driving. Don't you know that?"
That's love. Shout out to me. That's love.
Yeah, it's 11:10, so 111 coming right up. You know what I mean?
Yay! Excellent.
Everything is good right now. You know what I mean? Everything is lining up how it's supposed to. The fools expose their hands, too soon, and we see, they don't have a hand. You know what I mean? Like we're coming with the royal flush. Like, you guys shouldn't go all in when I have a royal flush.
Flat out, man. Like, sure, I want to take a couple of those chips back. Like,
right? Are you sure you want to go to another table? Maybe. Basic. Go play at a whole nother table. or just call
flat
it
out. Like, I don't think you guys want to be here. You know what I mean? Like, straight up. Flat out, man. I think I'm gonna put in the description too, like the links we're gonna go over. So let me do that also, right? I guess I can do that here, right? I'm gonna put. Let's go ahead. Say what you were saying, bro.
I was saying I was considering doing like a survey. You know what I mean? Because I think there's people who are probably like in their, we could say 30s to 60. We could probably even go up to 70 or 80. And if you just ask them questions like, you know, do you work for the government? I think that's a really good one. A lot of people don't realize that everything they do is for the government. They think it's for them. I'm paying my rent and bills for my babies to have a roof and, you know, over their head and stuff like that.
What they think.
However, yeah. However, you know, Chuck E. Cheese tokens only work at Chuck E. Cheese. You know what I'm saying? And there might be some Chuck E. Cheeses overseas or some people that, you know, are contracted with Chuck E. Cheese overseas. However, those beings overseas are starting to not want to use those Chuck E. Cheese tokens either. So again, those tokens are only good at Chuck E. Cheese, and that's only if, you know, the people want to participate in that. So when you think you're paying for something, you're literally just pushing it to the side, like, oh yeah, that'll get paid later. Here's a promise to pay. Here's a promissory note. So the law specifically says that you know, you can't pay for a thing with a note. It's an impossibility. So, you know, it's kind of like trying to argue with a child when, you know, someone is like, so how do you want to make a payment? You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's like pouring a bowl of rice in a bowl and then not cooking it and then just looking at it like, and it's like, how do you expect to eat this? You know, you got to cook it, right? You know, you don't just chew or swallow this hard ass rice.
Indeed.
And a lot of people seem to want to eat the hard rice, you know what I mean? Instead of, you know, putting it in some water, turning up the heat, covering it up for a minute, you know, they want to microwave, you know, result. Well, you know, just pay it. Just eat the hard rice.
Just pay it.
Just eat the hard rice. That's like, just eat the hard rice. Like, we know that it's not cooked. We know that it's not really real food. We know, but just eat it. Like, whoa. You gone mad. You got public agent madness going on here.
Yeah, a bit of Pam.
A little bit of suffering from a bit of Pam. Right?
Just a bit.
Yeah. So, are you hearing me well? Am I cutting in and out?
Nah, you're loud and clear to me. It sounds like you're just really chilling, actually. Honestly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we definitely chilling. Yeah, you already know. So yeah, man. Don't, you know, it's, oh yeah, I heard her correcting too. She said, kids are baby goats, remember? He was like, no, I don't remember.
Kids are baby goats.
Yeah, guys, it's time to start dealing with the truth, dealing with reality, dealing with the actual real deal, right? What's going on? Right? It's like, you know, it's like trying to debate. Well, there's only 26 letters, but there's 26 capital letters too. Oh yeah, that makes it 52. Exactly. This guy over here is still saying it's 26 after we showed him it was 52. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna debate with no children. I'm just gonna spank that ass, or you know, tell your parents to spank your ass, because, you know, when you're not doing right, if it ain't nature, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be a product of nature that's gonna show you that you're out of order. All right, and we are all manifested in these fleshly garbs that are products of nature, indeed. So
it's long, man. You know what's interesting that you're going to see too, man? when we go over this, you're gonna see that if there's any suit brought in the name or the people of the state, they must make application to the attorney general first. I can't wait to show you that part.
Of course, good, indeed.
Like, oh my God, there it is right there for delegation. Go ahead, bro. Say what you say.
No, but imagine how many people believe that they're going to a court. Like, yo, these people are in there talking about your honor. And it's literally an attorney sitting on the bench. Like, they got a bar number, they're active attorneys. They are not judges. They'll give them some funky little title, some little, title, and allow them to do a little administrative proceeding. However, those administrative proceedings, people need to realize that when you show up to these venues, do you realize you're the only being that doesn't have an oath of office and a contract that's getting paid, allegedly, because you can't pay for a thing with a note, but are being given some form of energy for services? The so-called judge is paid, bar member. Let me stop saying paid. What can we call it? Because it ain't paid.
For
well, yeah, was it when something is paid, allegedly paid for, it's actually discharged. But if someone's getting their little check or whatever for their weekly check or whatever for their job or whatever, when they get their good faith their good faith check, right?
Yeah.
Which really everything they do is in bad faith when you think about it, because how can it be? It's like they say they do things in good faith and then they get this little qualified immunity or whatever. But the thing is that if you're deemed to know the law, like judges, officers of the courts, attorneys are considered in their system officers of the court. They're officers of the court. The so-called judges are officers of the court. The clerks are officers of the court. The bailiff is an officer of the court, and you're not. So officers of the court are deemed to know the law. Officers of the court have no immunity when violating constitutional rights, for they are deemed to know the law. So my thing is, when are they operating in good faith if they're violating a constitutional right? If they're violating for example, due process of law, that's the main one they violate from the beginning. If they're violating due process of law and they're officers of the court, that means the attorney, that means the judge, that means the clerk that opened the case up. You don't even have to give them knowledge and notice of anything, because they are deemed to know the law, which means, shouldn't they know for sure that you're somebody that they can hold to statutory performance?
Right.
Because if you're deemed to know the law, then you should know, hey, these are the beings I can file suits against. These are the beings that I can't, depending on the circumstances. That's part of knowing the law. Personal jurisdiction has to deal with law. Personam jurisdiction has everything to deal with law. So if you're deemed to know the law, but then you turn around and say, oh, I didn't know he wasn't in the state. I didn't know this property wasn't in the state. I didn't know he didn't have an oath of office, contract, certified statement, pledging to do business in the state, trade or business at the pleasure of the governor, performing functions of public office. Even though I never seen any of those things, I just assumed in good faith that he was our little slave. And it's like, but aren't you an officer of the court? Yeah. And officers of the court have no immunity when violating constitutional rights, because they're deemed to know the law. Didn't you know you were violating due process of law? Didn't you know you were violating the alleged defendant in errors right to be secure in their person, papers, houses, and effects? You should know that, unless you're saying you're not an officer of the court and this is actually a play going on here? Is this theater?
The damn sure is theater. It's fucking they're shaking spears. For real, yo. Or we're shaking their spears, like, right? Like, man, like it's just amazing, man, that we can actually go about looking at this in really awesome ways, so that the people can clearly see what is actually needed. For example, like you said, when we do what we're doing this for beings that are okay. Hey, I'm no longer going to, refer to myself as a Negro, black, colored, or white, or yellow, or orange, or green, light skinned, orange skinned person, right? I'm not going to refer to myself as such. So what we're having happen now actually is a means actually for us to contemplate very seriously our position when it comes to the things we say out of our mouths, because we're actually writing ourselves into things that are not helpful. It's really not helpful. It's not really helpful for anyone to have themselves have a conversation for the sake of they think they know what they're talking about, and when really absolutely they have no clue what they're talking about, and they're like, that's my property, and like it like when Malika says, like, why don't worry about going to something called a court and saying you have a court date and you're like, oh, but I am a good mom, or I am a good dad, or I didn't do these things, when really the vital thinking needs to be, were you on the clock when this being said you made this type of infraction in which they want to make a complaint, citation, and summons for you? Like, okay, so you weren't on the clock and you're not of like kind. There's no ajusting generis, is none of that, or as some would say, adjustum generis, right? If that's not on the table, then it's a want of jurisdiction every time. And even when, like, I had sent to you in the bros, man, Texas civil rule, right? The Texas Civil Rule of Procedure 12, which when I really just read it, I'm like, wow, man, like if you really just read it, like, yo, attorneys can, yo, that attorney no authority is powerful, because
they don't want no smoke. They don't want no smoke.
Yo, it's like, yo, even the link that Malika had posted in the jurisprudence gym Telegram, bro. I was like,
it's like saying,
huh?
Pardon me, go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, like, that's why I sent it to the bros. I even sent it to my little brother. I'm like, yo, watch this 3 times. It's only under 9 minutes. Like, watch that joint 3 times, because what you'll recognize is a sole proprietor and a partnership cannot hire an attorney. That's one thing. Second thing is, the only way that a group of beings can hire an attorney, and that group being called a commission or a board, which is of at least 4 to 5 people, there needs to be minutes that can be easily requested.
Yeah. From the board meeting.
Right. And those minutes from that meeting need to show that there is a unanimous decision amongst the board to empower the president of the board to then go and hire an attorney on behalf of the board.
But what happens, they end up saying, yeah, we did it. We swear we did it, but dang, we don't have no record of it.
Case dismissed. We're going to, judge or render judgment in favor for the defendant. Because in that one case that was brought up that I was looking at, it was some homeowners association versus Jackson. First of all, it sounds like a group of beings against one. Already.
They jumping them.
Right. No, adjust right, jumping them, right? No, Justine Guineris, right? No like kind. This
Right, no,
and Jackson still won on on the fact that there was a failure for the minutes to be produced, and then they tried to use a bullshit, well, since all the other board members didn't say let's not have the court case, then we just all acquiesced, agreed to have this court case, so there's an agreement. Look, there's no documentary evidence on the record.
Right.
So it's like, yo, I promise you, I gotta admit, these last few days, my favorite thing has been reading not just case law, a holding of a case law, just some quote. I'm not just into the quote. It's like, okay, I see that, and then I go and look up that whole case, and I'm reading the summary, the synopsis, the opinions. I'm looking at it all, and I'm like, yo, like, I think it's the best thing ever right now. It's like a comic book without pictures in my head when I'm reading this stuff, man. It's fucking amazing. It really is. Right? So just to check the chat really quickly, right? Let's see who's all here, all 10 of you. JLV, right? Not a guru, says greeting, everyone. Jadon says Islam, folks. Oh, that's great, brother Jadon. You're here in the chat. We're about to go in on the California State Assembly, as it's called on the website, and as you guys can see in the thumbnail, right? C. Thomas, it says Islam. So yes, Islam, and happy Holy Venus to reach you all again. Michael says it's an offset for the future time in terms, I'm guessing, of when it's like, instead of calling it payment, right? Microwave the purchase to radiate the delivery date of alleged payment. That's what Michael said in the chat. That's actually pretty funny. Open 642 says greetings. Open 642 says thespians instead of actors. They're thespians. That's fucking hilarious. All right, Antonio Bay says Islam Morris, peace and love be unto you. Indeed, peace and love be unto you also. That he means non-statutory you. All righty. So Mother Janelle Blash L says Islam, and Brother Derek Blash Bay says happy Holy Venus to greet everyone. And Jadon says yes, sir. Right. So yeah, we about to go in on the California State Republic. However, before we do that and go in on California State Republic, right? It's a little warm, so I gave my robe a little break. Let me move this to the side, actually, right? I'm thinking, like, man, we're gonna have some fun on this, all righty. However, before we have some fun, I would like to go and share my screen. We're going to do the invocation in and the 2 letters to be read in every meeting. Brother Ara, what do we? You wanna start out?
I'm about to come in on my baby's laptop. 1 second.
Oh, indeed. Well,
so I can be heard and seen, and you're gonna feel me.
Indeed. Well, as we can see, guys, we have here our Moorish Holy Temple of Science Administrative Functions, pages 48 and 49 is what you see before you. And we're going to go over the Moorish American prayer, right? Our invocation in term, the Moorish American prayer. I guess while we're doing this also, you know what I can do? I can actually share this out in chat. And guys, do you guys have any, because this is the last one so far as telephony field trip. And depending on the time, I mean, maybe I can make some phone calls, I guess, to maybe the General Assembly or maybe to the Office of Administrative Law. I don't know, ask some questions or something. Put your questions in the chat. Is there another state republic or anywhere else on the planet you guys would like us to look? Like I said, we already went over the Connecticut State Republic. We went over Birmingham, West Midlands, Warwickshire, United Kingdom. And now for the third portion, we're going over California State Republic. Guys, you can put in the chat if you want us to check another jurisdiction, so to speak. We can actually do that. So-called jurisdiction, corporate jurisdiction, right? But the notes that I have today, the tabs that I have up sharing today, guys, make sure you have your pens and pencils and paper ready. I think, and as really as always, as you should. However, this one really made me go, who's ever near the California State Republic, they're going to want to make note of this. And all the links that I'm sharing today on all 7 tabs that I'll open up in Chrome, what you guys will see that if you go and check the description now, I already put all 7 in there. I listed all 7 of them, right? And I put it in the description. So you guys can check the description right now as you're here on YouTube with us live. And those that come to see this presentation in the Dimensions to Manifest term, the future, check the description. So that way you'll actually have the points of reference.
It's long, bro. Can you hear me? You definitely connected. Jesus Christ, why is it not? Why am I not hearing you? Can you hear me? I'm definitely not hearing anything. Sure. I'm gonna leave and come back. See what happens. Now I can hear you. Jeez.
What was that? I don't know what that was, man.
What
I don't
happened?
know what that was. I don't know. I just looked over and it said it would stop screen sharing, but whatever. Again, guys, what I was saying is that because I was talking the whole time, actually, right? You guys couldn't hear me because it's the only microphone I got up open out of 3 devices. It's the only one I got open. Just to say, like, yeah, guys, there's some things that you know, some questions you have pertaining to, you know, really, as far as what other corporate jurisdiction we can look at their statutes, codes, and policies. However, what we're sharing here, guys, is a means of how to do the research, how to look into these things, how to go about looking at it yourselves, right? So you can have confidence in yourself. Even as Brother R said earlier, just have the confidence to be able to look for yourselves so that you guys will have everything that it is that you need, right? It's nothing to be shy of or afraid of, at all, right? Share out the bulldog stretch, right? All righty. Dr. G, I still invite everyone. I just, figured people could, get what they get. Brother Seer, as you guys call him the Duke of Tears, right? Brother Elijah, share with him too, right? Mother Ross Mariah, I'll share with her too. All right. So everyone can at least see this. If they don't show up now, they can see it later. Oh, and the beloved Mother Oracle, as always, share with her. Right. So with that being said, guys, I think we're looking pretty good. We're looking all right. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold me, know what I'm saying? All right, so I'm about to check this chat and see what you guys are saying in there. What'd you say, bro?
No, I was just laughing. I'm just getting ready to print out a couple documents here. You're good.
All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody in the chat's like, they cut you out.
They can never cut us out.
I know, right? JLB says gang stalking. Open 642 says Ohio. Brother Dark Flash Bay says Ohio. So that's 2 for Ohio. So maybe we'll do near the Ohio State Republic next Friday. Look at that. How's that for impromptu improv? Can you all hear the brothers? I'm back, obviously, right? Brother Antonio's like, they cut you off. Okay, I'm back. Open 642 says sound with the with the circle and the slash in it, like sound not there, right? It went silent. It's cool, no sound. Mom Janelle said, no, we can't hear. It's okay. It's all good. We're here. We're knocking this out, guys. Michael says the AI matrix chopped off the voice chakra. That's hilarious. Look, it is what it is, right? We're streaming. So where are we at now? Hasn't updated in the description. Live is stalled. Oh, really? It hasn't updated in the description yet. Maybe you need to step out and come back. I don't know, but it's there. I know I put it there. JLB says got booted, and Mother Janelle says Ohio. So that's 3 for Ohio for next Friday, right?
By the way, bro, I was able to send those faxes this rising. Remember they didn't send before?
Say that again.
Remember it didn't send last time when I told you when I tried it originally?
Yeah. So what was the discrepancy prior?
The after the symbol, I had to use a different thing because I was using, I guess when you call them, they give you instructions, but maybe that's an old voice message that allows you to use, you can use like at my fax, or at, but that wasn't actually a valid one. So when I corresponded with these people via email, they let me know to use a specific one. I think it was like efaxsend.com or whatever. And then
so that's the got you. Okay, good. That's good to know. Yeah, man. For those of you that don't have a fax machine, don't want to go and spend $220 a fax at FedEx Kinko's, not knocking them. Just saying, you can always do email to fax. just putting it out there. You can literally send facsimiles from your cell phone. So, you know, you can do that. So now that I went back here and I clicked on, it says Impromptu Improv Virtual and Telephony Field Trip 3, SevenHillsStar.com astrology firm. It shows that 8 of you guys are watching. We started about 39 minutes ago, and then it says more. When I click more, it's showing in the description. It actually is showing. It says Supreme Honest Prophet Noble Drew Ali and a few emojis there that I put. And then there's the list, starting out with California State Assembly. So it is there, guys. So it's good. All right, awesome. This is great. So with that being said, and let's get it. Mother Sahar says peaceful greetings to everyone. Happy Holy Degree GLV. What is the 3 monkeys that can't hear? That is hilarious. Grand Holy Day Air says I create indeed, brother, indeed. Happy Holy Venus degree to you also. All righty, so let's do this invocation in, right?
Mhm.
And who you would like to open, bro? And I close.
Yeah,
right?
I'll do the invocation as long.
All right, now do the first letter, and you got the second letter. All righty, guys, we are going to stand on the 45, just like Prophet Noble Drew Ali's feet is there with him handsomely in his Moor Sharif Fez standing dugard in his Abba. All right, however, you're going to put 5 appendages on your left hand, all extended, and the index in the middle on your right extended. It's going to face east as we stand on our square, stand on 45, right? Facing east, symbolic to going within metaphysically. And we're going to repeat after Brother R. Muhammad Bey. Islam.
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 Islam. Repeat after me. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
The Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Truth.
Peace.
Peace.
Freedom.
Freedom.
And justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
Through his holy prophet.
Through his holy prophet.
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Amen.
Amen. All righty, guys. Let's get it. All righty. That was on page 48 pertaining to the Moorish Holy Temple of Science Administrative Functions. Right? You guys can grab that from RV Publications, or just send an email to rvbayorders@gmail.com and ask for it if it's not on the website or if you can't find it on the website. All right. So the first letter to be read in every meeting is also in our Moorish Holy Temple of Science Administrative Functions book. We're here at pages 84 and 85. The following is a letter written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali on the 18th day of January 1928, Anno Domini. That's what the A.D. is. He commanded that it be read before every meeting. All right, so here on page 85, Administrative Functions, Moorish Science Temple of America, right? Because Moorish Science Temple of America is the corporate name that was adopted by the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. Home office, 3603 Indiana Avenue, Noble Drew Ali, founder, Chicago, Illinois, January 18, 1929. To be proclaimed in every meeting, dear brother Islam, I am glad to know that I have few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There's a host of jealousy, quote unquote, about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim it was a joke, and claim it was only a joke. That's very disrespectful.
You know what's so funny that
when you moment, like that's disrespectful as fuck.
It's funny that, man, I swear I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was like, I'm just gonna let him read it. But when you first opened it up, the first thing I looked at was it was only a joke. And then I was about to say, a lot of people gonna be saying that soon to us. It was only a joke, bro. And I was like, I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna let him read it. And you stopped right there, bro.
Yeah, they same people of our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, right? That's being a member to the continent and not some corporation. That's
recognizing geography.
Correct. They are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that contribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it bad. Never before have I needed finance as badly as I do at present, that I may shove aside the discord that is facing the nation that comes from mother's wombs. It all comes through jealousy because of my, quote, fame and nobility, end quote, period. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being the head. It has been proven by my work in which I have performed in the last few months, because I was at the governor's inauguration to represent the Moorish Divine and National Movement, and I will be at the inauguration of President Hoover for the same cause. For those of you that want to know who that governor was at that time, he was the state secretary, right? Lewis Lincoln Emerson from near Albion, Illinois, manifested 23rd December 1863. Look him up. All righty. Noble Drew Ali is that's the sign out portion. I'm saying Noble Drew Ali at the end there. Just wanted to put that footnote in there about the governor at that time, which is Lewis Lincoln Emerson. Now we're here at the Moorish literature, excerpts from the Moorish Guide newspaper, and again on page 12, standing handsomely in his Moorish Sharif's fez, standing Dugard in his Abba, his Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And right there on the right is the second letter to be read in every meeting. And I yield the floor to our beloved brother in whom we are well pleased, Brother R. Bey, Islam.
Islam. Divine warning by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors ordered to read proclamation each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders be of severe consequences. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Yes, if you're love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and you're violating the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, you're violating yourself. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. And they're like, oh, a reward for unjust deeds?
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at. All right, all true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should, not all of them do, but they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez. They probably never started doing that, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. I think it's very interesting that he used the word state, right? He didn't say the mindset. He didn't say the place. You know, he said the state, because that kind of encompasses many, I guess, states, right, of being.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely even speaking about the mind state, you know what I mean, at that moment. However, yeah, the standing in one's mind where he found you.
Right. So interesting that, you know, those people who believe they're in the state have a certain state of mind as well, because it all is dealing with the mind at the end of the day. Return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans. He really gotta care about the people to make a plea. You know what I mean? Like, most people don't plead to others. You know what I'm saying? But the prophet was pleading to his people. So I think that shows the love that he had for humanity. You know what I'm saying? Moorish Americans, that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. So let's think about that for a second. In protecting the prophet, why does the prophet need protection? Why did the prophet need protection? What was going on that he needed protection? Were this super lawful de jure government? Were they trying to harm him? Were they actually not super lawful de jure government? Like who did Noble Drew Ali need protection from?
Were the members that weren't true?
The members, oh, the members that thought it was only a joke. Gotcha.
Yeah. were they the ones that he needed protection from?
Right, because he's identifying that there was a sense of danger, a sense of caution that was going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He knew what he was doing was huge. So
Correct.
he asked that those beings that he was helping to uplift do their part in protecting the prophet and the temple. And again, that's also protecting your own mind and your own body, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Islam. All righty. So man, I'm just gonna take it right to it, man. I ain't gonna even play around with it, man.
Excuse me for just a minute, bro. I'm about to print something out real quick.
Yeah, go right ahead, man. Go right ahead. So, guys, let's get it. This is where we are, right? Now remember, these links are in order that I'm about to share. All 7 of these, right? They're in order in the description. All righty. So just under the title, you'll just have to click more. Looks like I'm going into Ultra Instinct again. So give me 2 seconds. Ultra Instinct, right? Actually, you know what? What I can do, I was going to say, like, maybe I could have added that. So let me actually do this. 1 second, y'all. I know what I would like to do. I would like to put today's thumbnail. Actually, let me put that behind me. Actually, that's what I would like to do. Let's do that, shall we? All right, shall we? Let me go and grab it first. Boom, boom. Save to photos. Save image. All right. So that's what I got there. All right. And let me put that on. Let me put it behind me. All right. So there we go. And we're good. Right. So that's the thumbnail. I would like it behind it for me. And there we go. Cool. All right. So now, with that being said, right? Looky. Look, right? California State Assembly. Okay, so that's where we're going on this telephony field trip, right? And we're going to check some things out. Started the broadcasting, right? All right, so here we are, right? And we all can see they said that danger, quote unquote, still exists to date. I know, right? A lot of people we keep thinking that this is a joke and unreal, but you know, Prophet Noble Drew Ali's latent powers are abundant and can be called upon as a matter of defense at any time. And it's so true in my experience. There are things that you would just have to experience it for yourself to really even grasp that, guys. Like, seriously. All right, so here we go. California State Assembly. Yay! One of the first things I wanted to kind of look at was, a message from the speaker. From speaker, right? What is he, like a Behringer speaker? A JLB? It's a Bose speaker, right? Carmen Harden. Anyway, just kidding. Speaker Anthony Rendon, right? Welcome to the California State Assembly's page, Assembly's homepage. If you, all right, this is a message from this guy, right? If you would like to contact your legislator, read about bills, or learn about the Capitol, this is the place. There are also links to several other sites you may find useful as well. Remember, I'm so laughing. Remember, we're here to represent you. What? Man, this is why you got to make sure you're not in the state, because the only ones he's representing are those that are in the state. And 9 times out of 10, if you're ever in the state, it's probably when you're probably punching the clock for someone who has a business that's registered with the state, and only during those hours would you actually be represented, by the California State Assembly, right? So, Rendon hopes you will let him and his colleagues know your thoughts on legislation, issues, or even how this site can be improved. Thanks for visiting. Anthony Rendon. All righty, so that's the first thing that I saw. And then, so when I scroll down, I'm like, look, man, I'm just looking for statutes real quick. Boom, that's what I saw. Search for legislation, California law. When I clicked on that, I got this, California Legislative Information Code search. And it took me to the California Constitution. The first time I was like, oh, this is just like looking at the Maryland manual. All righty. I said, this is pretty cool. This is pretty awesome. It has a list of everything you may need. Look, even the code of civil procedure is there. Then there's a civil code and business and professional code and California Constitution. I never clicked that one. So let's click that. It says preamble. We the people of the state of California, grateful to Almighty God for our freedoms in order to secure and perpetuate its blood sacrifices, because bless means to blood sacrifice, right? Do establish this Constitution, right? In order to secure and perpetuate its blood sacrifices. Okay, all right, But again, you would have to be a people of the state. So if you're not a registered voter, because the registered voters of states are the ones who actually run the show. That is actually true. However, if you're not a registered voter, you're technically not in the state. However, you might have minimum contacts. Some small minimum contacts would be a driver's license, a state ID. If you don't have those things, well, that is just amazing. You're awesome. You have no minimum contacts with the state corporation, so you would not be the people of the state, or the people pertaining to the state pertaining to California. So the state of California is different from California state. Just want to put that out there, guys, so you can really grasp that concept there, right? They got a Declaration of Rights you could click on for Article 1. Hey, let's click on it, right? Yay! Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 1. All people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy, right? Privacy. Okay. And then, in the parentheses, Section 1 added November 5th, 1974 by Proposition 7, Resolution Chapter 90, 1974. It's giving you reference to go check to see how they even came up with this portion here, right? Section 1.1, the state, wonder what the state is, shall not deny or interfere with an individual's reproductive freedom in their most intimate decisions, which include, if that's the case, there should be no child support out there in California. I'm just saying, it shouldn't, unless they're certified foster parents. That's the only way you can be under child support, is if you're a state licensed foster parent. Don't believe shit I say. I'm just telling you how it goes. All right. Freedom in their most intimate decisions, which includes their fundamental right to choose to have an abortion, and their fundamental right to choose or refuse contraceptives. This section is intended to further the constitutional right to privacy guaranteed by Section 1 and the constitutional right to not be denied equal protection guaranteed by Section 7. Nothing herein narrows or limits the right to privacy or equal protection, right? More reference there. Now it's talking about every person. Went from all people to every person. Those are different things there. So every corporation, individual, because individual, we know that's sole proprietorship talk, right? Firm, association, partnership, may freely speak. Oh, really? I guess through their agents. Write and publish his or her sentiments on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of this right. A law may not restrain or abridge liberty of speech or press. Looky, Astro Cookie. A publisher, editor, reporter, or other person connected with or employed upon a newspaper, magazine, or other periodical publication, or by a press association or wire service, or any person who has been so connected or employed shall not be adjudged in contempt by a judicial, legislative, or administrative body or any other body having the power to issue subpoenas for refusing to disclose the source of any information procured while so connected or employed for publication in a newspaper, magazine, or other periodical publication, or for refusing to disclose any unpublished information obtained or prepared in gathering, receiving, or processing of information for communication to the public. Looky, Astro Cookie. That seems to be more of protection for free speech. However, especially if you're doing a newspaper, magazine, or other periodical publication, that's what we're doing, right? Because we're astrologers. We're astrophysicians, always sharing things. So periodically you're seeing us share. So, hey, look at that. Look at that protection. Nor shall a radio or television news reporter or other person connected with or employed by a radio or television station or any person who has been so connected or employed be so adjudged in contempt for refusing to disclose the source of any information procured while so connected or employed for news or news commentary purposes on radio or television, or for refusing to disclose any unpublished information obtained or prepared in gathering, receiving, or processing of information for communication to the public, right? Look at that. As used in this subdivision, quote, unpublished information, and quote, include information not disseminated to the public by the person from whom disclosure is sought, whether or not related information has been disseminated, and includes, but is not limited to, all notes, outtakes, photographs, tapes, or other data of whatever sort, not itself disseminated to the public through a medium of communication, whether or not published information based upon or related to such material has been disseminated. Interessante, right? So, oh, look, the people, back to the people now, have the right to instruct their representatives. Whoa! Petition government for redress of grievances and assemble freely to consult for the common good. That just goes to show again, those that are the people of the state are the registered voters, so to speak, for that particular state. And if you're not a registered voter, cool. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali, with the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, adopted as its corporate name, Moorish Science Temple of America, therefore us having our own state. I don't know why you guys don't get it. And it's actually the supreme. It really is. The state pertaining to being Moorish, right? So the Moorish state. What's the Moorish state? Moorish Holy Temple of Science, doing religious corporate activity, being Moorish Science Temple of America. Right? But one would say, but hold up, it's under the laws. It's under the laws of what? Oh, it's Herds revised statutes and stuff like that. Well, That was only a requirement of the Secretary of State at that time, again, Lewis Lincoln Emerson. I'm pretty sure that didn't, that affidavit particularly was an affidavit under the laws of 1872. So when you go back and check that out, right, that doesn't make, when it comes to the Religious Corporation Act under which Moorish Science Temple of America is organized, doesn't make one subject to the United States Corporation at all, right? It just doesn't. What it's actually doing is not making any laws to, oh, well, you got to be like this. No, that particular affidavit that Prophet Noble Drew Ali filled out was so that it could be processed by those, right, at the Cook County Recorder for the purposes of them doing their own accounting. Oh yeah, those people there, they're not necessarily a part of the state. However, they got this in order for us to be able to communicate to ourselves what their position is, even though they're near us. Well, we're actually near them because they're the actual heirs pertaining to this vast estate. So yeah, wherever they are, we are just to recognize them in our language so that we don't fuck with them. Actually, that's really what it's supposed to be. However, you're not supposed to be, violating self, as Brother R said earlier. Don't violate love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, or justice in any way, shape, or form, and at all times is going to take its course. All right. So with that being said, let's just look at, some things right there as far as the California, Constitution. And again, that's the second, link. When you go and check the description and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, that's number 2 right there. What I just brought up, right? Number 2, let me tell you what the number 2 was. It was for the California legislative information, right? Coming back off of that, civil code. This is something I looked at too, just briefly. I was like, interesting. I want to see what this is. And I'm, me, I am a definitions guy, even, and Malika says, like, usually you don't have to go past the legislative intent, applicability, scope, and definitions, because that's all you kind of really need, right? Oh, look, effect of the 1872 codes. Didn't I just mention something about the laws of 1872? Anyway, definitions and sources, right? I thought this was interesting, right? And there's a couple of things I want to share. Definitions and sources of law, right? Interessante. 22. These, you guys are going to enjoy this because I was like, whoa, like on my Joey Lawrence, whoa. Law, right? Law is a solemn expression. Do we need to look at the etymology pertaining to the word solemn? Do you guys? Okay. Let's do solemn real quick so you can have a comprehension of solemn, right? It's an adjective. It's a modifier from the mid 14th century, which is about 1350s. Solemn. Right, I'm just kidding. Quote, performed with due religious ceremony. Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. And this is why I said when Prophet Noble Drew Ali is like, enforce the Constitution. Oh, man. Bruh. Where are we? Are we right here? Law is a solemn expression pertaining to the will, pertaining to the supreme power of the state. And the state I'm talking about when it comes to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, we're talking about the Moorish Holy Temple of Science doing a religious corporate activity, being Moorish Science Temple of America. And don't say that Prophet ain't bring civics. Don't you better stop lying out there. Don't you be a liar. Solemn, quote, performed with due religious ceremony or reverence, sacred, devoted to religious observances. Looky, astro cookie. Whoo, can say, oh, you're in the state of California. Time out. Tweet. Are you practicing your religion on me? Are you really? And that's really with any corporate state that's trying to say, oh, you're in the state of Boombafuck on the state highway of Boombafuck. You're in the city of we're a piece of shit. Like, welcome to we're a piece of shit city in Boombafuck state. Like, what? Like, no, I'm not there. Because if that's the case and you're trying to force me into a contract in that, then that means you're no different than a Christian crusader. Going around raping, pillaging, putting people's hereditaments on fire. Putting people's property on the fire. And it's not city, county, state, or federal property. Yeah. Like what are we looking at here, right? Like solemn, right? Also of a vow, etc. Quote, made under religious sanction, binding, end quote, from Old French, solemn, right? 12th century, that's 1100s. Modern French, solennel. And directly from Latin, solemnis. Quote, annual, established, Jesus Christ, religiously fixed. We already know when it comes to Moorish Americans, all we're dealing with is the Moorish Zodiac Constitution. That's it. We're not dealing with the Christian common law of England. You can't force that on sincere Moorish Americans. So don't you people out there, you hear this like, oh, I'm just gonna be Moorish American and I'll be under that protection. You gotta know how to do this. You can't just try to look for some benefit. This does not protect Negro, Black, coloreds, African Americans, white, yellows, orange skin, light skin. It doesn't. Don't do it. Just don't do it. You must be Moorish American seriously and sincerely. Religiously fixed, formal, ceremonial, traditional, descended from delivery, right? Traditional. A derivative of solus, quote, whole, unbroken, complete. From Proto-Indo-European root soul, the prefix soul, whole, well kept. That's like the sun, man. Soul in Moorish Latin, sun, whole, well kept. Though the etymology is uncertain for the emnis. Look at that. The explanation that Latin solemnis was formed from solus, whole, plus annus, year, is not considered valid that's by Barnhart, okay? So that's what Barnhart says. But some assimilation via folk etymology is possible. One of the Vaughn's sources offers sol epli, quote, with all due religious performances, with all due rites and dissimulation on the last L. You know what? This is making me more and more think about religion. Which is astrology and cosmology. Because you guys already know, if you're not dealing with the 12 signs of the zodiac, you're not dealing with your Moorish zodiac constitution law, what are you doing? Like, really, what are you really doing? Seriously. For the tendency to unetymological euphonic P, between M and N, compare Middle English somniare, quote, book of dreams. Okay, that makes sense. From medieval Latin, somnarius, sunt nor, a Middle English variant of sumnor, summoner. Look at that. Where all this from solemn? In Middle English, also, quote, famous, important, imposing, grand, end quote. Hence, Chaucer's friar, a full Solomon, right? A full Solomon, right? But a religious hypocrite. Looky, Astro Cookie. Without reference to religion, quote, marked by seriousness and earnestness, end quote, from the late 14th century, so the late 1300s, the sense of fitted, quote, fitted to inspire devout reflection. Fitted to inspire devout reflection, quote, end quote, is from around the 1400s, circa 1400s. Related, solemnity, solemnness, right? Interesting. And again, law is some seriously whole religious expression pertaining to the will. Is it the will of Allah? Will of the supreme power. Supreme power. We know power is an illusion. However, supreme power pertaining to the state. What state pertaining to your mind are you in? What mind state are you in? Like, are ye in the mind state where you can see the connection that your Moorish zodiac constitutional law is what you really need to have a solid foundation in to even comprehend all of it? And it's really not hard. All you got to do is be sincere about being Moorish American. Be sincere about keeping Prophet Noble Drew Ali at the forefront of your mind. Be sincere in looking at what was brought by Charles Mosley Bey. And I say, it's just me, I say Caliph Charles Mosley Bey because I see a defense that's there. A lot of people will try to take his words and be like, see, he was against the Prophet with this. And it's like, man, that's not what I see. What I actually see is a means for us to actually look at the differences when someone is brought into some information, they're at a certain mind state. When what CM Bey was bringing was those of us that basically got that adept chamber mind state. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, okay, we can see past the elementary lessons, which we still hold at our foundation. It's not like, oh, we're just gonna throw away the elementary lessons. No. Your Quran and your 101 Questions for Moorish Americans are the books you need to save yourselves with. Period. How do you think we even get to here? That's why, again, we're only really talking to Moorish Americans. JL says, Islam, love, true peace, freedom, and justice. Indeed, JL, happy holy Venus to greet to you. And as always, supreme honor to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, right? 22.1, the will of the supreme power is expressed. The will of the supreme power, because it's saying the will of the supreme power of the state, right, is expressed by the Constitution and by the statutes. Whoa. So these statutes and that Constitution should definitely be in harmony with your Moorish zodiac constitution law. Because if it ain't, then they're violating their own Magna Carta code. But you can't come over here with your Pookie and Ray Rayness and your Bumquisha-ness and try to nigger this up. You can't do it. Can't do it. You can't do it.
Good day, brothers.
I didn't even know you came out. What's up, Malika? Peace and greetings to you. This is going to be fun. This is going to be real fun. Seriously, Malika. Because I'm just really getting started. I'm just only on the second enumerated portion there, right, pertaining to what we're going over. Then we're at 22.2, the common law of England, so far as it is not repugnant to or inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution or laws of this state, is the rule of decision in all courts of this state. That's what they're doing out there near the Khalifa State Republic.
What in the world?
That's why I said you're gonna. When I was getting the different tabs, we're only on tab 2. We got 7 tabs total. I said, like, yo, like, guys, that's why I put it in the description, Malika. Like, if you check on the YouTube and check the description, I enumerated all 7 tabs we're gonna go over. You know what I mean? Just so people will have reference, like while we're live, and then when they, come back and look at it, it's like, Jesus, Bruce Lee, Christ. And this part is actually the definitions and sources of law. And do you see it's only 22.1, 22.2, and the end. like yo.
They building the foundation.
Exactly. And this was when I clicked on the definitions and sources of law for the civil code.
What's strange is this is happening way after the so-called Declaration of Independence. So why would it still reference that?
That's why I'm just like,
It's like when we're reading certain definitions in Texas and about state and territorial jurisdiction, and then they start talking about Canada, and you're like, what? Why? What?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you talking about Canada, Texas? Why is Texas talking about Canada? They're not even near Canada.
It's like, how far was Canada's surveyed border according to their imagination? How far south was it really? How far north was Texas?
Right. How far north was it? Well, apparently Mexico ended at Oregon. So
exactly. So it's like, It's like now we're just looking at more and more of people just separating themselves from each other, talking about don't cross this line or I'll shoot you or some shit. Like that's just how I see it. Right.
Draw a fake line in the stand. This is mine.
This is my state. You stay over there on your state. Like, oh, okay. All right. Got you. But yeah, like looking at this, it's like, So yeah, I just went to definitions and sources of law. Other things, everybody can go and look at these things on your own. And that's just the civil code. And if I go back again, this is me looking at, when I wanted to know, okay, what's the statutes? And of course, like most places that have some form of a state manual, has the Constitution. Business and Professions Code is right after Constitution. I thought that was interesting, but then I was like, maybe it's in alphabetical order after the California Constitution. I was like, I'm gonna have to look at it as if it's in alphabetical order. It's gotta be, it's in alphabetical order, right? However, I went to penal code and I was really interested in like, what the fuck is that actually, right?
Okay, yes. So you see preliminary provisions?
Yeah.
Click on that.
Got you.
Because this is what I'm gonna have to send our friend Eddie.
All right.
All right. So here in preliminary provisions, if you scroll down,
okay,
you're gonna get to this. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. You're gonna go and see exactly who is under these codes. Feminine writing, it's going to say something about chiropractic. Word phases, state. You see the state? Let's go stop at the state definition real quick.
Okay. Hold on. Where was I? Okay. Got that. Right there.
Okay. You see where it says when applied to the different parts of the United States includes the District of Columbia and the territories. The District of Columbia and the territories. Is everybody seeing that? It doesn't say the District of Columbia and the states of the United States. It says the District of Columbia and territories, and justem generis means and rules that these two terms in this definition have to be equivalent.
Correct.
So everybody knows that the District of Columbia is not actually part of the United States of America. So when they're putting other things next to District of Columbia, which is not a state of the United States of America, it means when they're mentioning these so-called territories, they cannot be one of the so-called United States of America either, because the definition would then not make any sense.
Indeed, because for me, you already know, once I saw district means bank, I can't help but to see Bank of Columbia every time.
Yes. And that's why all the Shire Reefs are always dealing it with tax stuff, and people think it has something to do with law and order. All right, so all right, go down.
You said we're looking for the word chiropractor, you said?
Or act. They mentioned the exact acts that the penal code is applicable to.
Oh, so
I mean, I can probably find it faster in
finding page. You just want me to type act?
Yeah, type in act. Nah, I can see the 70 acts. No.
You want me to do chiropractic?
Yeah, for some reason that's the
Chiropractic initiative.
yeah, see, that's the section right there. So like just zoom out a little bit so we can see that whole section.
Well,
All
no,
right,
for some
here we
reason
go.
they exactly got it this enlarged. They don't do like the small writing like Nevada. Like they literally have it like
Huge.
in 18 font.
Yes. So this is important because they try to make in California traffic infractions under the penal code.
Got you.
And so anybody who is from California and has ever gotten a ticket, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems a lot of states try to put traffic stuff under penal code. They try to make it like it's criminal. So it says in any criminal proceeding, any criminal proceeding against a person who has been issued a license to engage in a business. They're giving up the goods right here. They're telling you that in order to be liable in a criminal proceeding, it has to be against a person who is operating under a license that was issued to engage in business. If you've not been issued a license to engage in business, this penal code does not even apply. It doesn't mean that you can wantonly kill or maim or injure or damage anyone you want without being accountable. It just means that you cannot be accountable under this penal code. They're just going to have to charge you with regular murder, regular trespass, regular rape, regular battery, which is a crime regardless of if a statute or code or whatever even exists.
Yes.
I'm not going to say they're common law crimes because I don't want to give any impression that it has anything to do with the state or the existence of the state. We all know what's wrong, and you are accountable when you do wrong, period, whether you intentionally did it or not. Okay, but funny enough, the penal code and their statutory codes in general require that you do things knowingly and willingly, because they say those terms. It means that you're not necessarily culpable if you did it unknowingly and unwillingly, but you absolutely are culpable when it is knowing and willing. Okay. In natural law, it doesn't matter if you did it knowingly or willingly or by accident. If you cause damage, you are liable, period, full stop. It doesn't matter what the code is. But listen to when they try to charge us under the code, it says it clearly. Engage in a business or profession by a state agency, because you got the license, by a state agency, pursuant to the provisions of the Business and Professions Code or the Education Code or the Chiropractic Initiative Act. If you're not operating under a license from those three codes or acts or however you want to look at it, the penal code is inapplicable according to their own definition, not according to Malika's interpretation or wishful thinking or confirmational bias or whatever that sometimes people fall victim to. And then it says the state agency which issued the license may voluntarily appear to furnish pertinent information, make recommendations regarding a specific conditions of probation, or provide any other assistance necessary to promote the interests of justice and protect the interests of the public, or may be ordered by the court to do so if the crime charge is substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties of a licensee.
Wow.
If you're a
So,
licensee
hold
under
on.
any of those 3 acts, you are liable when you're acting
Time
under
out.
license.
Time out. Because the next part just made me think of Texas.
Yep. I
Civil
pulled the same
War
thing up in
Procedure
Texas today.
12.
We can look at it right now.
Yo, that means when you go to disqualify the attorney to ask them to show authority, the Supreme Court that gave them their certificate has to do what you just read.
Yep. Because that's the agency that gave them the license, right?
Salam Malika. Peace and
Hey,
love.
Aura.
Pardon me. I was printing out multiple documents.
I hope it was a screenshot that we went over in that text last night, because that shit is hilarious.
Yeah, it is. No, that's not what I printed out, but you know, just a little counterclaim, a little disqualification, a little attorney no authority. You know what I mean?
Okay, regular business, standard.
Yeah. As usual, you know.
Modus operandi.
So what did you find in Texas to go along with this real quick so we could
Okay, so if you go to the same code, I think I still have the.
You got it open? So you can screen share.
No, I have it on. Unfortunately, it's on my phone.
Okay.
So it's the same penal code. It's the same general provisions. So it's Texas Penal Code, Chapter 1. You'll see almost identical wording. Texas Penal Code, Chapter 1.
What exactly was the Supreme Court supposed to do? What did you guys just go over?
Since the Supreme Court was the issuing agency of the so-called attorney's license, they are the ones that have to issue commentary and so on, specifically about the attorneys. But similarly, any agency that gave a license is what that particular code is saying, who has to bring the claim. And this is why when we say that the attorney has no authority, it's because they have to have that delegation of authority from an agency. It doesn't matter what the agency is. It doesn't matter if it's the Supreme Court or it's HUD or it's whatever, right? Okay,
That's the best example. The best example, real quick, not to cut your wisdom, but the best example is if you look at the Attorney General for the U.S. Virgin Islands who tried to sue the bank and then got fired for not having delegation of authority.
Yeah.
DOA, right? You don't have a DOA, you're DOA.
Right.
Okay.
That's real.
You're DOA without that POA.
Right.
All right. So click on either like the short title, or it really don't matter, because if you just click on the general provisions period, like the full PDF. Or the definitions, the 107. You can get specific, click on just the definitions, 1.07. And there you go. Just scroll down. Well, first of all, you want to always observe all of the definitions, right? You want to look at the fact that what they're defining. They define act, actor, boom, agency, already letting you know that it has to be for subject matter jurisdiction, and in personam, it has to be an actor who acts on behalf of an agency. See, they telling you right there. All right, so scroll down. I love how to define coercion, corporation, criminal negligence, but you're looking for person. You just go down the person. They define drugs. They define harm. Here you go. Person means individual, corporation, association, limited liability company, or other entity or organization. Here's the main part. Governed by the Business Organizations Code. So again, in order to be liable under this code, one has to be engaged and organized as a business organization. It is never, ever when you're just doing your private business.
Correct.
Your actual private business.
Ever, 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 ever.
Never, because the definition of person is always going to say some legal entity. And it's not because you might not have a legal entity per se, but it's because you're not operating under that legal entity when they're giving you the ticket or citation or accusing you of doing whatever the offense is. If you realize, like, wait a minute, I wasn't at work while I was doing this thing. I was just in my private time. Wow, you weren't operating under the business code, then you cannot be the statutory person liable under the penal code. Because you remember, if you go back up to the top, you'll see this is the penal code.
But in the state of Texas,
we just looked at Texas and California. It says the same thing, which is what I said that night on the call on Tuesday, right, Hasan?
Yeah.
I don't know if you were on by that time, but I've heard other people who I've been learning from say this same, I'll call it nonsense. It's like, oh, well, we're not liable under the statutory code, but we're liable under the penal code. Like, the fuck I am? What the hell what code?
How?
How you gonna tell me?
Show me where I consented to that.
Is the definition of this in the book of the state called commerce? Because if the definition is under the commerce code, you can't tell me it involves me at any time unless I'm in commerce.
Ever, 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 ever.
So they keep trying to say, well, what about murder? And it's like, murder doesn't have anything to do with the penal code.
Correct.
Right. At all.
The penal code is for when you murdered somebody while you were at work, not just because you murdered somebody.
Or when you murder someone while being an agent.
Yes, or you rape someone while being an agent.
Yeah,
right?
Because if someone would try to use the penal code for murder, rape, or whatever, that's an easy grounds for dismissal once it's found
Adams
out
versus U.S. It's Adams versus U.S.
Wow. That was the one where the young lady got raped on a military base.
I don't even know if it was a lady. I just know it was a rape, and it was done by agents that were on a base in uniform. That's all I know.
But they weren't at work, quote unquote. They weren't.
No, because remember, you have to have territorial and subject matter in order to have in personam, and they did not have territorial. That was the main issue.
Say that one more time. You have to have.
They have to have territorial and subject matter. You have to be where they have jurisdiction and under their authority at that time. Right. And the base was never registered as being in the state.
That's that exclusive jurisdiction.
Yes.
That's sad. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's just like, ironically, revealing.
So the thing about it is they were agents. They were on the clock. Apparently they were in uniform, and they still couldn't be charged because there was no territorial jurisdiction. So don't tell me that the penal code automatically applies simply because of the crime that was committed. It doesn't, it's not applicable. And again,
well, your interpretation is off.
Okay.
I was in the chat I
saw
hearing that rap battle from Eminem. Pay attention, you're saying the same shit that he said.
It's amazing. So,
but everybody sees it. It was number 30, whatever. It says a person liable, an entity liable, a corporation liable, a association liable under the Business and Occupations Code. Person right there under the Business and Occupations Code. It says the same thing in California. Governed by the Business and you can't tell me I'm covered by the Business and Occupations Code 100% of the time just because they use the word MEAN instead of includes.
You're not even the truckers. They're not allowed to drive 24 hours straight. You're not always on the clock. If anyone's on the clock at all. So even the truckers, they have rules that they got to pull over and take a nap because they can't keep going that long because they could cause an accident. So no one's under a license 24/7.
Yes, but when you convince people that where their parents had sex or where they popped out their mom's vagina is it gives automatic territorial jurisdiction. That's that brain dirtying.
Your mother's vagina is in the state.
Right. I don't think my vagina was ever registered in the state.
In the state.
I don't think my birth canal. I'm not the Panama Canal.
Correct.
Yikes.
For purposes of this section, the term license, quote unquote, shall include a permit or a certificate issued by a state agency, which, like I said, when I read that, right after you read what was above, I was like, yo, then that took me immediately back to, because I watched what you posted in Telegram, Malika, 3 times back to back to back, pertaining to attorney for the attorney to show authority according to Rule 12 of the Texas Civil.
Oh yeah, you saw the 2 cases that I pulled up where the board of director actually showed up and was like, I do not recall.
I read that.
Yeah, the house.
Right.
That's
what I was referencing earlier, bro. When I said they'll be like, yeah, of course we hired him. We just don't have any records.
Yeah.
The homeowners association.
I swear to God, it happened.
Right.
What was that again? Which homeowners association was it versus Jackson? It was a particular homeowners association. Like because the video was under 10 minutes. It was just a little over.
Get this. Check this out. I called this attorney's office, right? Because I know they did the switcheroo. The original attorney that was on the case is no longer the one that dove head first. So I called them to ask who's the attorney. Of course, they don't want to tell me they're being all secretive and retarded. So
it wasn't the head. It wasn't Stefan's.
But it was. No, yeah, it was. I found out it was him. It was Stefan. But the interesting thing was that they actually received my mail. He already received like the what do you call it? The registered agent.
Yeah.
He already got notice. Trying to remember what the point was, man. I always do that.
Yeah, we were talking about he has no authority.
Man, it wasn't. It was something else. I forgot.
Look, I'm gonna go right to it. I ain't gonna even fuck around. Well, you were saying that you found out that he got switched or whatever, and here's Texas rule. It's like 600. It's like it's 800 and something Texas rules, right? It's like 832 or something like that. If I remember it, 822, right? However, let's get to 12, right? So even with what you're dealing with, bro, and most people are dealing with, and I know Malika's brought this up so much in so many classes, right? It's like, yo, like if you really look at this, and then remember, you can use this Texas Code of Civil Procedure, Rule 12, based on Article 4 pertaining to the Constitution for full faith and credit, right? And the attorney to show authority. It's I don't even think it's 2 paragraphs. It's literally,
no, it's just split. It's 1 paragraph is just split into 2 pages on this part here.
Hold on. It's literally 4 sentences. Literally. A party in a suit or proceeding pending in a court of the state may, by a sworn written motion, stating that he believes the suit or proceeding is being prosecuted or defended without authority, cause the attorney to be cited to appear before the court to show his authority. So that's basically saying like what you brought up. What you brought up in that video, Malika, you were saying like, okay, well, there was 2 or 3 things I took back from that. Even when I read along with you, I'm like, holy fucking shit. First of all, the president of this homeowners association said that the board for the homeowners association agreed to hire an attorney.
Agreed. We agreed to.
Right? However, there's no document to the minutes of that meeting saying that they actually adjourned that decision, right? So What'd you say?
I said, it's like PICS, or it didn't happen.
Correct. So when this homeowners association is versus this homeowners association board member, the case is not in the favor of the homeowners association, because when asked for the minutes to show where the homeowners association board did two things: one, agreed to hire an attorney, and two, delegated the authority for the attorney to be hired to the president of the homeowners association. I said, Jesus, Bruce Lee, Christ, yo, like they fucked themselves twice. First of all, they didn't have the minutes. Then he was saying, that it's, we agreed. And the shit that you pointed out when they was like, well, the board acquiesced, and their agreement was acquiescence, because even though they knew the case was going, even I think when it was brought up,
they didn't stop it. They didn't stop it like they did the U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General.
Yeah, but that's not what's required. You cannot just acquiesce or claim that they acquiesce. You have to show actual proof. So acquiescence, meaning tacit agreement or agreement by action, is not sufficient for a delegation of authority.
Right.
You actually had to have given it, granted it, and it has to be documented.
The pen is mightier than the sword, and the word sword is the word words with the S, the beginning of word instead of the N. So it doesn't matter what you say. You saying whatever you saying is just enlightening to the court, however, is insufficient for a motion to dismiss or summary judgment.
It's insufficient for any motion and any judgment.
Exactly. So it's like, if it's not documented in your meetings minutes, and you don't have an affidavit that's in support of whatever the fuck you're bringing to court, might as well just shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, just shut the fuck up.
Yes, that's it. That's how to beat every case. Every single attorney, doesn't matter what the subject matter is. And this is why when people go, but Malika, just listen to me. Let me tell my story. I'm like, oh my God, do you want to win, or you just want to tell me your shit?
I just want to play the violin.
Oh, let me play it for you now while you're talking.
I just want to play the violin. Like,
I just want to be successful.
Oh my God. No, you just want to have your story heard. And I'm tired. Because I know the bullshit they do already. Everybody acts like their case is unique, because these gurus, that's what they tell you. Every case is a little different. No, the fuck it's not.
Yeah, it's
every
not.
Case has an attorney speaking without being taken to task about showing their authority to say anything at all. It does not matter what about.
Correct. So this is why I'm saying, even with what Brother Aura is about to slay the dragon with, it's like, I'm pretty sure that this sole proprietor didn't have a fucking meeting with itself and documented the meeting with minutes.
Hello, self. Should you be authorized to do this? Why, yes, you should, self. You should do that. Why, thank you, self. Should we write it down on paper? Yes, I authorize myself to hire the attorney. Yes.
It's sad, because literally, Brother R could just beat them up with Rule 12 of the Texas Code of Civil Procedure.
Okay, so it says let me just tell people, some of the rules, some of the states have this rule as a statute and not a court rule. So this is on texascourts.gov, and it's found in a court rule. In California, it's rule number 330 something. I don't remember.
You said
so they have it as a rule as well, but other states have it as a statute. So you can find it under authority of attorney, proof of authority attorney, attorney at law. Some of the states will call the section, all types of different things they call it. But we have found it in enough states, at least a half dozen, to know that every state has, it's not a guess, because they all have to be, what do they call it? Congruent somehow, okay?
Gotcha.
Because of equal protection. Okay.
Gotcha.
So you know that means it's there. You find it in Texas, you find it in California, you find it in Arkansas, you find it in Kentucky. There's no reason that you should be like, well, those are the only states that have it. Okay. Because they're talking about the attorney's authority, which every state claims to authorize attorneys. So they're going to have something like that.
So you said California, it's a rule also?
Yes, in California, it's a rule of court. It's related to this rule here too. It's related to this rule 1.3. So you want to click on that first one. I'll show you it because it's good to cross, what do you call it?
Cross reference.
Cross reference, right. So
Yep.
let's go to 1.3.
You was gonna say cross examine. You be serving them up, huh? You go too hard.
Look, they made my sister call me this morning. So I get very upset when they try to mess with my people.
Wow.
Okay, a lawyer shall not intentionally, repeatedly, recklessly, or with gross negligence fail to act with reasonable diligence in representing a client. For the purpose of this rule, reasonable diligence shall mean that a lawyer acts with competent commitment and dedication to the interest of the client and does not neglect or disregard or unduly delay a legal matter entrusted to the lawyer. That's all.
Oh, so in other words, and it's saying it without saying it, but it's like, yo, like, I'm still hearing, where's the minutes from the meeting of this board that says that, hey, you are
representing any client.
Correct.
Yeah. It's like when I said, who filed something? And they say, the landlord. I said, did a landlord file something or did an attorney file something? The landlord filed through his attorney. Oh, so you seen the power of attorney?
Right.
And then they start acting stupid. Power of attorney is only for people who are
Who
not
the hell?
attorneys.
Where does it say that? Where does it
No,
say
yeah,
that?
she said she made it seem like an attorney could represent anyone they want because they're attorney. I said, well, attorney can't
Ask her,
represent
where does
anyone.
it say that? What law says that?
Exactly. No, she's not gonna put. First of all, she said I don't want to argue, and the etymology of argue is to bring up reasonable information to dispute somebody's position. She doesn't have any reasonable information to offer. She doesn't want to argue.
Correct, because she
So-
cannot argue. She has no reasonable position.
Correct.
She tried to make it seem like, well, if he's a bar licensed attorney, then he can represent people. I said, well, an attorney can't
See,
represent.
that's the
someone.
misnomer that she's and she's making a legal determination without
And
being
giving legal
able
advice
to
too.
without being able to reference any law or even a bylaw or rule or anything.
Yeah, no, she basically said, no, what I didn't told her, look, an attorney can only represent someone if that someone gives them consent. She says, yeah, the landlord consented. I
How
said,
do you
again,
know
so
that?
you saw the power of attorney.
You saw the POA, bitch?
Yeah.
If it's no POA, it's DOA.
Exactly.
She's practicing law from the telephone.
And then she says, they always say you should seek an attorney. Are you giving me legal advice?
Aura, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Judicial complaint that bitch for me.
I'm thinking about putting
Do
her in a
it.
suit.
No, like literally write down that conversation.
Because
she's not going to deny. She's not going to deny that she either said or believes, and that's probably why she said it. Okay.
Yeah.
She believes and expressed that the attorney can represent whoever they wish simply because they're an attorney. If that were the case, my friends, does that Texas Rule 12 make any sense? If an attorney could just represent anyone they wish, why would they write that if an attorney could represent or defend whoever they wish?
Yeah,
that's why, you know what's funny? That's their whole fucking mindset, because the attorney for the PUCN claiming he's for the PUCN, when I told him to show authority, he's like, you already seen it on the document I authored. My bar number is whoop-de-whoop. Your bar number don't mean shit. except that you're a
Why?
traitor,
Because that
foreign agent.
rule would not make any sense. That rule would not make Rule 12 would not make any sense.
There wouldn't even be a
If
Rule 12.
it wouldn't be written. Why would they
Right.
write Rule 12 if simply because you're an attorney, it means you have authority to act in every instance?
Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ.
Because it says cause the attorney. Meaning,
That's the thing when I say
meaning that they already have a bar license, but might still be without authority in a particular proceeding.
that's just like when I was younger, my mother got an attorney for a situation. This was when I was like barely like 18 or 19, something like that. Come to find out, when I got older, I found out this motherfucker was on a suspension for alcohol and drug abuse. He had like so many professional conduct violations with the judicial or with the bar and the Supreme Court of Nevada. I found these documents in 2019. He was disciplined. The day he was allegedly representing me, he was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be doing anything. I lost that case. And the woman that was the attorney for the other party, they was talking before we even went inside. Like they sat next to each other, talked to each other. They knew each other. They played me when I was young. There was a whole family court thing, and yeah. And now he's in another state.
All the time.
Now he's in another state practicing law in another state.
I zoomed in on this because I want us to get through these 4 sentences because it's very powerful. When like I noticed that Malika, I can be in class, we can be going over it, we can be doing what we do. When I get out of class and I'm like self,
and you put your own eyes on it, it should hit different.
Yo, like I was like, God damn, yo, like this shit is a killer. Like okay, so we read the first sentence already. The notice.
Okay, so do you guys see why this is what I've been on since 2015. I found Texas Rule 12 in is it 15 or 17? And so when I got on Facebook and I made my friends-in-law group, I was already on this. So when people are like something about the birth certificate and status, I'm like, what the hell are you guys talking about? I'm not saying not to be whatever, and that's why I always say that, but that's your private business.
Got you.
That is not what's going to save you from having to divulge and tell on yourself and self-incriminate. All you have to do is allege that the attorney don't have any authority.
Got you.
It's over. And then Charles did the other side with the judge, and I'm like, well, bing bang boof. What? Nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, that title 28 USC 455. Like, I mean, my strategy was as soon as I saw that there was an account open, a so-called case open, immediately in the counterclaim, I put the freaking judge, because right there, it immediately brings 28 USC 455 into effect in my comprehension, because he has no bias now. His impartiality has been nullified.
I tried to disqualify the judge, but I ended up disqualifying an attorney. How does that happen?
I mean, this is how it happens. The notice of the motion, right? So there's a notice that's privately given. Notices, as Malika said so many times, notices are private. So you send to the attorney a notice. Motions, hey, I want a motion to do this, supported by affidavit to do so, right, is what's on the record. So the notice pertaining to the motion shall be served upon the challenged attorney. Challenged. You Sandman Sims in his ass. Challenged, right? Challenged attorney at least 10 days before the hearing on the motion. Okay? That's sentence number 2. Sentence number 3. At the hearing on the motion, the burden of proof shall be upon the challenged attorney to show sufficient, there go that word again, sufficient authority to prosecute or defend the suit on behalf of the other party. Sentence number, okay, it's 5 sentences. Sentence number 4. Upon his failure, they don't even talk about his success. No, it doesn't even be successful.
I just want to be. I just want to be.
It sounds like it's just not going to work. Upon his failure to show authority, the court shall refuse to permit the attorney to appear in the cause and shall strike the pleadings if no person who is authorized to prosecute or defend appears, which it would never be anyone.
Never. That's why when I show John Roca's what I call a win, when the judge ruled in his favor in Texas under Texas Rule 12 that the attorney did not in fact show sufficient proof that he had authority to bring the case. And when I show people that and they go, well, did it get dismissed? Well, who the hell cares? Who cares? It's for a mortgage, by the way.
Wow.
Okay. So imagine, instead of trying to do all this discharge nonsense guru bullshit, you just stop paying, do nothing. Wait till an attorney brings the claim and then hammer him.
With the truth that they're not supposed to be.
You hammer them with one document.
That's what, okay? 0.5 pages.
You hammer them, everybody's like, oh, there are no magic bullets. Yeah, have you ever read Texas Rule 12?
I got one right here.
Okay, in California, it is magic bullet. Shit, wrong post.
Can you see my magic bullet?
Yo, stop it. What's that?
Let me see.
It looks like a pin.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is my magic
right.
bullet.
That is the magic bullet. Word up.
Right.
Word up.
Yo. All right. Hold on. Okay. Sentence number 5. I know.
I'm gonna maybe upload that video if I can remember the day that I made that video, the one I reposted the link to, where I go through the cases in Texas, because if people get nervous when it's like, well, what if I ask them for something and they actually bring the proof? Yeah, okay. So when you do your a challenge to the authority of the attorney to defend or prosecute, most people get nervous when the hearing is set or the attorney responds or they gotta show up at the hearing. Don't be nervous about that, because here it is. This case, they showed up and still was like, yeah, well, I'm just saying we did it. Yeah, we should have proof, and I don't have that, but believe me.
Yeah, I think I can go to it. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go.
If I get the day, I will post it in the Telegram group so it can be shared. I might post it on the Rumble if I can get the day.
What you talking about? The 9-minute one?
Yeah, the one where all I did was go over the cases.
Yeah. You talking about that?
The day. That I don't remember the day on that.
That homeowners association joint, right?
It might be. Yeah, the case is the homeowners association one.
Yeah, because I'm willing to play that because it's under 10 minutes. I'm willing to play that now just so people could see we're not fucking tripping like this. It's legit. Serious matter is a matter.
Yeah, when that attorney tried to withdraw motion to show authority was filed. The attorney was embarrassed when the judge sided against them for having a sufficient authority to bring the case. So they tried to do a withdrawal of the case itself.
Right.
And the clerk was like, what are you doing? I am somewhat astonished that you're filing anything else on this case after your hands have already been slapped. That's basically, the spirit. That's the spirit that the clerk responded to their attempt to remove the case, period. So the attorney can't even dismiss the case they brought.
Yikes.
Because they were exposed to not have authority to bring it. So the court can't allow them to withdraw it. The court can only wait for like it says right there in the rule, if no person who is authorized to prosecute or defend appears, shall refuse to permit the attorney to appear in that cause or strike the pleadings. So the court can strike the pleading because the attorney has been exposed for not having had authority to bring the case. But the attorney, they can't do anything. They can't even withdraw the bogus case they brought. So now their embarrassment remains on the record.
Forever.
It's funny though, because even the last sentence though, because I read the last sentence when I read this to myself, I read it like 10, maybe 11 times. It said that the motion may be heard and determined at any time before the parties have announced ready for trial, right? So hearings are just like, well, what are we going to determine now before we get the trial set, right? But the trial shall not, this was interesting, shall not be unnecessarily continued or
delayed
for the hearing. So a part of me was thinking like, if there's no fucking authority, then there's no way to continue, and trying to continue to a trial is unnecessary because one, the attorney has no authority, and two, the judge is disqualified. Once his bias is shown and impartiality is brought to the forefront.
The only pushback people will have based on all the people that we've had to apply this magic bullet is that the clerk understands that her partner's about to be out on their ass, so they try to not set your hearing.
Wow. Wow. That's another form of simulation of legal process.
Obstruction of justice.
It's obstruction of justice.
Definitely. Because now that that's a judicial complaint.
That's a judicial complaint against the clerk, absolutely.
Yeah, and it shows that that's not due. She's not willing to impart due process.
Exactly, violation of due process.
Yeah,
you don't want to set the hearing?
Yeah, she's not there to think about how's it going to affect somebody who's actually under her that she thinks she works for. That's not, and if that's the case, then you definitely don't belong there.
It's all authorized practice of law.
Yeah. Like, why is she making that determination? Oh shit, no, you don't need no hearing set. Like, tweet.
Yep.
I'm out. Like, what the fuck? However, I know, guys. I know we're going over California. I just thought that was pertinent, for those near the California State Republic, and that is again based off of just number 2. We just went over on number 2, guys, talking about the penal code because I was interested in looking at it. And what Malika had pointed out, like once we went to the penal code pertaining to Texas, of course, and then I saw this portion about license. And the reason why it made me go to the Texas Rule 12 is because I know that the barristers get their certificate from the state Supreme Court. And again, that means that if right here in any criminal proceeding, as Malika read, against a person who has been issued a license to engage in a business or profession. And again, what does license mean? It's going to be permit or certificate. So you got permission and you were certified. Your permission was certified. So when it comes to the barristers, right, they're getting it from the state agency called the State Supreme Court. Okay, all right, cool, good. Okay, great. So then now, that means that they're doing this business or profession by a state, by, right, next to. By means next to. By the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, right, pursuant to provisions pertaining to the Business and Professions Code, or the Education Code, or the Crack the Back Initiative Act.
Does it really say that?
Crack their back.
It's his chiropractic. But I'm just saying, that's how I see it in my head. As I'm like, y'all know how my brain do.
I seen the video where a dude paralyzed the woman when he pulled her neck. She got paralyzed, bro.
Did he reset her shit?
No, hell no, he getting sued.
Oh, wow. Wow. I wonder where he get his license. Oh, from whatever state. So now the state agency which issued the license may voluntarily appear. We're gonna summons that ass.
Yeah. He's subject to the court for sure.
They may voluntarily appear to furnish pertinent information, make recommendations. Like the question I would ask, like, are you guys licensed to get, like, do you guys give licenses to people that make people, impaired or crippled or
what is it paraplegic? What is paraplegic?
Yeah. Is this a paraplegic manufacturer's license?
Am I gonna go in normal and come out handicapped?
Like, yeah, that's Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. That guy he's done. He's done. Like, seriously. Voluntarily appear to furnish pertinent information, make recommendations regarding specific conditions of proving, right? Probation is proving, an active state in proving, or provide any other assistance necessary to promote the interests pertaining to justice. And say that again.
I was gonna say that whole probation thing. I think for Nevada, that's like dealing with indigency or something like that.
Wow.
Being indigent.
They're indigent employee.
It's a program that is for like indigent people.
Wow. I mean, are they employees though?
Right.
Are they Nevada state employees? Because that's all. Because probation has always been a funny thing to me. Once I learned what it means, it's like, so even if you really didn't commit the crime, but they give you probation, actually going through the probation is proving that you did it.
Yeah, just like paying the ticket is an admission of guilt on a traffic.
That's what I said. That shit's nah. Fuck probate and probation. Seriously. Unless you are a licensed and certified by state agency person. Like an individual, right? That's why, and then said landlord, Brother Ara, had the nerve to reestablish all his state papers, didn't he?
Oh yeah. All his stuff was expired, but then after I served him notice, he vindicates it the same day.
He had a much better chance not renewing that shit, because now he's in the state.
Right.
And there's no minutes from that meeting that the sole proprietor had with itself.
Exactly.
So, the disqualifying the attorney in that portion is going to be like, that's going to be a laugh, bro, because anything else is simulation of legal process and unnecessarily carrying on something.
It was simulation when they put something on my door and sent something through the mailbox, because the whole summer eviction process is an informal process where they want you to file an answer on a court record to a complaint you've never seen. They want you to file an answer to an attempt to collect a debt, which was never filed with any court anywhere in the world. But they want you to answer that on a court record, which means, hey, does this correspondence that when I send this answer initiate the case? Yes. So then wouldn't I be initiating an eviction against myself?
That's an inducement to.
And instead of them answering at that point, they say, if you don't file an answer, you will be evicted.
No, you're trying to induce one to violate Bill of Rights 5.
It's abusive process.
That too, of course.
It's that first. That's the thing. It's that first. Abusive process includes simulation of process, because you are using a process that is legitimate to these parties over here as statutorily defined, and you're using it for the ulterior motive of making a man homeless, which is not the intention of the act, which would make it repugnant.
Correct. And how many elements does abusive process have again? Is it like 4 or 5 elements?
It's only
it's 4.
Well, yeah, it's
4?
4.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
All you have to do is initiate a legitimate process. That's element
For
number 1.
ulterior motive,
And then number 2 is for the ulterior motive. And then of course it caused
injury.
harm, and
Yeah.
now you're damaged. So that's 3 and 4.
Wowzer.
Mhm. And that their act is what damaged you.
Yes, of course.
Right.
Wowzers. Well,
And anytime that they try to use a legitimate process for an ulterior motive, it's going to cause damages.
Every time. And that's why every time your constitutional right is violated, it's a 1983 claim, because under color of law, they say under color of law. So if they do anything and they say, well, we were carrying out duties, or we're enforcing this statute or that ordinance or that policy, but when you enforce that, it violates a constitutional right, that's color of law. If you can't enforce it without it violating a right, that's color of law.
Yep. And
Yeah.
there's no law that says that they can make you homeless. There are actually laws against them making people homeless. And so they use laws that are to dispossess public property, like sleeping in the bingo hall or on the court steps, or, you know, doing something stupid in a bathroom or something like that in a public, in like a courthouse. They're using the legit process for evicting someone from that to make someone homeless, which is against public policy.
And then even if they are able to get you out, they're supposed to give you a new spot.
Right. It's supposed to be for relocation purposes, because it's not to make you homeless. Again,
Yeah,
it
'cause
cannot ever be to make you homeless.
if they want to build a bridge because the bridge is going to
Yes.
better transportation for
Yep.
everyone, then
Yep.
then they'll do eminent domain, but they got to justly compensate you. And I think you still have to agree, because I've
That's
seen
fine. Go
I've
ahead,
seen
my
a video.
Well, if you don't, even if you don't agree, think about it, and they're building a bridge or something like that, they're gonna move you.
Yeah, they're gonna move you. But I was gonna say real
So
quick,
you don't
before
have to
Brother
agree,
Hasan was-
you know, especially if you're a so-called tenant, you're not
Mhm.
actually
you can't really fight
the
it.
owner of the home, like how you might see memes that show these humongous skyscraper buildings on 2 sides of like somebody's little
That's
hut,
exactly
you
what I
know?
was gonna say. I've seen
So
where
yes, you have to agree in that way, but if this is designed obviously for if you are a tenant and the
Mhm.
owner did agree to sell their property and you're holding out, okay, right? They have to, the relocation is for that man or woman or family. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm also thinking, like, if someone's trying to simulate the legal process pertaining to an eviction, again, you guys know what I'm about to say because I brought it up in class yesterday. My mind immediately goes to 31 USC 3729.
Hey, that's what Joe keeps telling us. All of them are that. Because if you're simulating legal process in order to garnish so-called payment, look at the definition of payment in the federal code.
oil resources and all of that.
Yeah, gold, oil, drugs.
Exactly. Exactly.
What is payment? Gold, oil, drugs. That's
what is payment? God body.
Right. Oh, by the way, the section in California for the civil procedure that basically has a similar thing to Texas is 283. Civil California Code of Civil Procedure 283.
All right, 283. That's why I'm gonna type that in so we can have that documented. However, I knew I had payment open in one of these Chrome windows. I can use 2 browsers now because Safari's filled, and now I'm about to fill up Chrome.
Oh my God. Well, I use 2 browsers too, so I'm gonna keep shut.
Got like 3 hidden joints open.
But payments right here on the 15 United States Code subsection 78 MQ1C, right? Yeah, the term payment, lowercase Roman numeral 1 or I, means a payment that is 1, made to further the commercial development of oil, natural gas, and minerals.
How is that not gold, oil, drugs?
Yeah. Indeed. Not de minimis and includes taxes, royalties, fees, including license
What?
fees.
What?
Yo.
What? We got trading with the enemy going on?
Yeah, that's what it definitely is. It's so trading with the enemy. Like that shit's wild, B. Like but it's true. It's actually great to see. I'm just saying it's wild. It's not wild at all. It's actually what needs to be seen, considered, and comprehended without fail. Right. So all you guys would have
like,
to do.
well, why are you looking at this section of payment? You're taking this out of context because this blah blah blah.
That's the only thing that pops up when you type payment. United States
It's
Code
the
definition.
only definition in the United States Code, and it's under foreign trade and foreign commerce, Title 15.
Correct.
Mm.
That's the
Trade
only place I found it. Trust me, I looked. I tried other ways of typing it in to see if something came up.
I typed in all type of stuff. I typed in specific sections of code to see if they are hiding it in under something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, payment only shows up here. Only. I've never seen it anywhere else.
So,
Yeah,
you know what?
Like, all right, so let's go. I'm just gonna open another window because I can do it. So this is, you said California Rules of Civil Procedure.
Okay, let me show you the cool ones.
You want me to give you the screen share?
Well, sure, because then I'll show them inside of the Beat the Bar group.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Go ahead. Guys, I didn't forget. I know we got 5 more tabs to go over. I did not forget.
Well, let me let you go.
No, you're not holding us up.
Okay.
Right? Yeah,
okay.
This is all a part of it.
All
Impromptu
right. So
improv.
this is my little list, and I say little because I only have 8 states maybe on here, but this is what I'm talking about. When you find a few, you know you can find the rest. It's just a matter of getting together, and I'm sure there's a couple that have other people have posted, and I just have not tied it together. So this is Alabama. See, and it's under the section that says authority of attorneys in case. So they're spelling it out in some states, and then it's not so easy to find in other states. So it says an attorney has authority to bind his client in any action or proceeding by any agreement in relation to such case made in writing, or by an entry to be made in the minutes of the court. Still has to be in writing.
Correct.
And then this says authority of attorney in case proof. This is the next section down. The court or judge on motion of either party and being sworn reasonable grounds therefore require the attorney of the adverse party or one of the several adverse parties to produce or prove the authority under which he or she appears, and until he or she does so, may stay all proceedings by him or on his behalf for the party for whom he or she assumes to appear.
But
it don't even matter here. The oath of the attorney is presumptive evidence. Yes, it's presumptive. It's presumptive, but you can still demand proof. So Correct. They can't just say simply because they are an attorney, because yes, that's only part of the equation. Yes, the oath of the attorney is presumptive evidence of their authority, but it's not what proves it when it's asked for in a sworn motion. This is California.
So when it's, hold on, so staying all proceedings doesn't mean, well, yeah, man, you can still stay and still do what you're doing on behalf of everybody else.
It doesn't mean keep doing what you're doing.
It means stop. It means chill.
Stopping. Yes.
It means like you're a doggy, stay, don't move.
Right. So when people say, was it dismissed? It doesn't matter if it stayed, because no attorney is going to be able to come and show the authority to have instituted the case.
Correct.
So here it is in California, like I said, section 283. They have it under their civil procedures. This is it in Georgia. And it actually is called attorneys general provisions. Proof of authority is what they actually call it in their code. So I like that too. And it basically says the same thing, showing reasonable grounds. Therefore, look, the presiding judge, justice, or motion of either party. So they tell you anybody could do it. Anyone could do it. Showing reasonable grounds there. See, that's why I told my sister, I said, I couldn't be a judge because I would kick these attorneys' ass. I would be like, oh, and where's your authority?
Yeah. They'll be like,
where's your authority again? I should run for judge just so I could do this.
She's not making it easy for us. We're not used to that. We're used to just being, nah, you got to be accountable, motherfucker. I can't put gas in my Aston Martin, so.
And you shouldn't even have that Aston Martin. Get out of here.
Exactly.
Showing reasonable grounds, therefore, may require the attorney who assumes the right to appear. See, you're assuming the right. It's not an absolute unless you can prove it. You assume the right to appear in a case, produce or prove the authority under which he appears, and to disclose whichever pertinent to the issue, the name of the person who employed him, and may grant any order that justice may require on such investigation.
Wow.
So just showing all the places
Malika.
that say it. All over and over.
Yep.
That's Indiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas again, our favorite, Washington. And that's what we have so far. I'm sure there are other ones too.
Yo, Malika.
Mm-hmm.
When I was asking that crazy woman, Laura, who was the attorney, she kept trying to tell me it was the attorney's office. So I said, does Hutchison and Stephan have arms and legs to fill out the complaint? And she was like, what is your point?
My point is, who was the air-breathing flesh and blood, the flesh and blood, air-breathing sentient being that walked hands and legs?
Right. She's like, it's Hutchison and Stephan. I said, well, that's the attorney's office, but who's the living being that actually signed a complaint? It's Hutchison and Stephan. I'm like, okay, so Hutchison and Stephan has arms and legs and signed the complaint. What is your point? My point is that there's no power of attorney on the record with the said complaint. You're refusing to tell me who the clerk is. You're refusing to tell me who the attorney is that filed. You're telling me there's nothing else on the record.
Complaint they ass.
Right.
Yo, flat the fuck out. Like, it's like, yo, like
Come on, man.
This is great. And for those of you that are part of the jurisprudence gem, like I said, I be scoping Malika's URL bar, and it's a hashtag, guys. Hashtag
proof of authority is the hashtag, as you see here. Hashtag proof of authority. So I do know there are others in here under other things, like authority of attorney or other things that people have posted it under. So I'm gonna collect them. I'm gonna stock my own hashtags.
Indeed. Well, look, since you've done that, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share your 9-minute and some change video. I'm going to share that because I want the people to kind of hear that joint, if you don't mind, right? And I already got it queued right here, right? So let me go and share screen, and then I'm going to open it up in Telegram, right? Let's see. Screen. Start broadcast. And boom, right here in the Telegram group, right? And it's this post. You said this is an underwatched video post related to what the attorneys must do when their authority to defend/litigate any case. These 2 cases from Texas are must reads, right? So I'm going to click on it, right? And boom, 6 months ago in Beat the Bar, right? So This is Candle Meadows. That's what it was. Candle Meadows Homeowners Association versus Jackson, right? Now, basically what's right here, what's written, Malika's going to read it, right, in the video. So guys, you've got, this is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, 9 minutes, 19 seconds. Let's enjoy. This is shorter than that Trinzy versus Pagliaro video.
All right.
So I'm going to be quiet. You guys enjoy.
It's your girl Malika again from lawfulliving.com. And I'm making this video show you guys really quick what the power of the motion to show authority can do to completely wreck a case. I know a lot of times when people come to our site, and even when they're just researching the law in general, it can be very confusing of what strategies to take, when to take them, and so on. However, what I have found is that there are very few tools that you need in your tool bag to basically be able to defend against any case and, of course, prosecute. So this would be a defensive move, but it puts us on the offense. So let me just tell you what it is. So we have a technique called the attorney no authority. It's a discovery technique because, of course, discovery can happen at any time and is happening all the time, especially when we're doing records requests and so on. So in order to hire an attorney, a corporation, first of all, you have to be a corporation. You have to be at least on a level where you can have a board of directors. That means sole proprietors and partnerships cannot have a board of directors, okay? Because they don't have enough members to the legal entity, okay? So even when you do have a board of directors and the board of directors might even agree to hire the attorney, it's not a guarantee that that is a proper delegation of authority or hiring of the attorney for any type of litigation. In this case, from 2018 is a perfect example that I wanted to go over. So in researching the attorney no authority, as I just love to do on a regular basis, because that notice that we've been using has been getting a lot of action, right? Very angry responses, which is always good because it means you're throwing them off their game. And so we will continue to use it and get better and better. Now, this is for using it as a motion to show authority, which I highly recommend. It's a notice before court if there's no court event, if you're just setting them up for court, but it can be used as a motion as well. And when I say it, it's because it's the principle that you're using, which is that the attorney has no authority to act on behalf of the legal entity that they're purporting to. So this article is on lexology.com, and it says the president's direction did not survive a motion to show authority. President's direction did not survive. Okay, so their case was killed by this motion to show authority. Now, even though this is in Texas, as most of you know, there is not any law that I've ever seen that says just because a motion is highlighted in one jurisdiction and not another, it means it's unavailable to those outside that jurisdiction. Because remember, it's just a motion. Just like there's a motion to dismiss, there's a motion to vacate, there's a motion to amend, there's all types of motions. And this is just another motion anyone can use. Most don't use it even in the Texas jurisdiction. So just imagine how many people have never even heard of this. So check it out. This is a Candle Meadows Homeowners Association versus Jackson. And they give you and when they lost, they tried to appeal and the appeal court confirmed it. So it was even gooder, okay? So, so this is an attorney blog. So they're talking to other attorneys. So it says you are hired by an organization to investigate claims against certain parties. And the organization's president later directs you to file a lawsuit on those claims. Do you have authority to file suit? Maybe not, a recent case reveals. the board of directors of this HOA voted to retain a lawyer to investigate certain expenditures by former board members. Doesn't even matter whom by, right? The HOA's president later told the lawyer the board of directors had voted to file suit against the former directors and directed him to proceed. So the president of the HOA is telling the lawyer to proceed in a litigation for, I don't know even if it's written, right? Written or verbal. So after the lawsuit had been pending, the defendants filed a motion to show cause under this rule of civil procedure. At a hearing on the motion, the president of the HOA testified that the board voted and authorized the lawyer to file the suit. But, very big but, he could not recall the date of the meeting and had no minutes documenting such action. Hello. That's what we're going to allege in our motion to show authority, that we're going to allege that there is no meeting and no minutes documenting such action. The other directors even confirmed that they had discussed the claims, but there were no formal votes on the matter. Ooh, couldn't be, because they didn't have any minutes documenting such action. They were, however, aware of a suit. It was filed. They were, however, aware of the suit. It was filed and did not seek to have it dismissed. Okay, so they knew the suit was instituted. That don't mean anything. Finding the board had not authorized the litigation, the trial court granted the motion and struck the HOA's pleading. So even though the board attempted to hire the attorney, because there was no recalling of the date, nor minutes documenting such action, they could not support that they authorized the litigation. So the pleadings were struck. The Dallas Court of Appeals affirmed it. Although the lawyer apparently received authorization from the HOA's president, there was no evidence that the board had delegated that authority to the president. The court deferred to the trial court's assessment of the conflicting testimony of the president and the director. See, it doesn't matter what the testimony was if they had it documented, because they could just present that. The court rejected the argument that the board had ratified the president's decision by acquiescence, which is what they were trying to say about the fact that they knew that it was the suit was instituted, but they didn't seek to have it dismissed. So that must mean that they were okay with it. That's not how it works. Failing to take action after learning about the suit. Because there was no evidence, the board had been given all the material facts. For lawyers, the lesson is be sure you have the necessary authority before filing a suit on behalf of an entity, especially one that may be subject to the Opens Meetings Act. Ooh. Okay. The Opens Meetings Act, we talked about this on the site too. When you guys do lawfulliving.com, you put in the hashtag Opens Meetings Act. There's also another name of a type of act where they have to show. So, and for directors or officers of such an organization, the lesson is follow the procedure required by statute and the organization's bylaws. That's all we want you to do. Follow the law as it's written. What the problem? What the problem? All right. So that's all I have for you guys today. Peace.
So that right there is boss. Like, I literally watched that like 3 times. Just to put that out there, like I literally watched that 3 times. Right? And that's what led me to right here. I was like, you know what? Let me go look up the Open Meetings Act. So I looked up for Maryland, North Carolina, Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky, Nevada, Washington, Georgia. You know, I posted that in Telegram, right? Just to put them up there. And I was, encouraging others, hey, add the state near ye. You know what I mean? And then I put again, I'm pretty sure it's already been in there, but Rule 12, and then all of as of May 1, 2020, the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, So I was like, yeah, I'm literally looking at that. I'm thinking that's like, obviously that was like 7 a.m., but I was looking at it well around like 5:30, 6 o'clock before I got there, though. You know what I mean? So I was like, interessante. However, here we go here, right? Yeah, Malika, that's boss. So I'm just gonna keep it a whole band with you. That one right there, like, yeah, I was like, man, that's
That's why we don't mess with anything else. And I people get upset, and I'm like, is it that you just don't want to keep it simple? You don't want people to win? You just want people to think you're brilliant? I mean, what is it that this is not the focus.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what the case is about. That's why when I see people saying, oh, well, not people can't specialize in all areas of law. Well, yeah, and I specialize in beating attorneys into the dirt.
Yo. Flat out, like, and it's fun. I got it.
Don't tell me, oh, I specialize in child support and I specialize in mortgages, and oh, mortgages are so hard. They're so much different than, discharging debt. Like, every time you hear people making those types of excuses, like, oh, I specialize in this and that over there. I specialize in contract law and I specialize in, like, shut up. You don't know what's going on if you think you specialize in some so-called area of law. Correct. I specialize in reading comprehension and basic shit.
Indeed. So look, after me looking up, California State Assembly, which like I said, I noticed it doesn't say State of California General Assembly. It says California State Assembly. Thought that just, like I said, that just was interesting, even though it's doing common law of England, until someone points out, hey, that's repugnant to the Constitution. So then I was like, oh, let's look at, the statutes and stuff. So it's like, oh, you can check the statutes here and stuff. Like, oh.
Will this work for a car repossession?
I think so. I think it will work for everything.
I'm just being funny because I know when people miss the point, that's what they'll say. Does this work in Florida?
Hey, look, long as you didn't injure someone physically, it's going to work with all that shit. You injured someone physically, justice must take its course. You know what I mean? Even if you, oh, well, I beat the court system. Okay, watch out for that. Okay, never mind. You should have looked both ways and crossing the street. Now you're, now you're a bus ornament because you thought you were getting away with something, but karma was set in place. You know what I mean? And your dharma had to be, regulated. So boom, there it goes. You thought okay, well, I avoided this court. You didn't avoid the laws of nature, though. Like, you know what I mean? So after looking at the statutes, right, I was like, yo, like, let me think about the administrative code. So I looked it up. However, when I looked up the administrative code, and they have what's called the Office of Administrative Law near California State Republic, which is stemming from this first. So before I get to the OAL, which is the Office of Administrative Law and the California Code of Regulations, it mentioned this. It referenced the Administrative Procedure Act. And it, for me, because I got this, as you can see, from the justice.gov, which is Department of Justice, it's a PDF, right? Which is, again, these are in the descriptions, everyone, alrighty? So it made me think, I'm like, So this is the foundation of all administrative code for every state corporation. This is the foundation, an act to improve the administration of justice by prescribing fair administrative practices. So it's like, and if you ever see a state's code of regulations, those code of regulations are for like, okay, so say you have like California statutes. California statutes are like the umbrella. And under that umbrella, let's say you have a jumbo umbrella and it's like 5, entities under this jumbo umbrella of statutes. One entity is Department of Health and Human Resources. The other one is the Utilities Commission for California, right? Another one would be, what's another one we could think of that would be a state agency? Transportation. And another one would be, tax and assessments. And then the fifth one would be
all the courts are agencies technically.
Correct, right? So
yeah, and so is like DHHS or whatever version they call it in people's state.
Correct. So what they do with the statutes is find which portion of the statutes, like how it refers to their actual administrative agency, right? And with that being said, right, I used that for my phrase earlier. And with that being said, they're finding what portion of the statutes actually refers to them, right? And with that being said, they're going to take that portion of the statute which refers to them and make it the portion for, okay, well, this part of the statute is how we need to regulate ourselves. So they're going to codify that part for themselves, that particular agency. So you have all these statutes. There's an umbrella of statutes, but the Department of, Health and Human Resources, they're going to codify a certain portion of those statutes and make that the Department of Health and Human Resources regulations. That's going to be the California Code of Regulations for Department of Health and Human Resources. That's how I'm comprehending it. You guys know I'm open for correction. All righty. Because I'm not going to tell you guys, no, you're wrong. You're looking at it wrong. I enjoy other people's perspectives because it actually makes me go, oh, never seen it from that angle. You know what I mean? And then I can still utilize it to modify and or improve how the angle from which I'm seeing it. However, that's what it is. So again, this is in the description, guys, because this is number 3, Administrative Procedure Act. And when I just read a bit of this, because I actually read quite a bit of it, even though it's 9 pages, and I was like, knowing this makes it much easier to see what the fuck is actually supposed to be done by these state corporations and state agencies. It's not really hard at all. Like from what the definition of agency, person and party, order and adjudication, license and licensing, sanction and relief. Right. I mean, maybe I read this whole thing because I was in it. I'm trying to tell you, I was in it this morning. Like, seriously, rules and rulemaking. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was really just like checking this out. And then I realized, like, after the definitions, that it's going into sections pertaining to each definition. Right. So I was like, oh, okay. All right. So I'm getting to see how things should be done. So you guys have that. Let's just read one of them, right? Malika did say they're all agencies, right? So section 2, as used in this act, right? Agency. Agency, quote unquote, means each authority, whether or not within or subject to review by another agency, of the government of the United States, other than Congress, the courts, which Malika just said, or the governments of the possessions, territories, or the District of Columbia. that it almost gave like the same thing about state. You know what I mean? It's kind of saying, because it's telling you, agency would be what's being utilized, or the vehicle through which sentient beings are going to execute the obligations pertaining to said agency when putting into effect and or executing whatever part of the state statutes that they're doing. Nothing in this act shall be construed to repeal delegations of authority as provided by law. Man, when I read that, I was like, wow. And then when I went into next, what I'm about to go into next, I'm like, oh my Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. It's like, you guys think that attorney no authority, or show authority, attorneys show authority. Yo, when y'all see what I'm about to show y'all next, y'all like, well, hold up, then. That means that every court case should have this happen first before it. And then I'll be like, 31 USC 3729. Like, y'all gonna see, watch. Like, it's just wild. All right. But it's amazing. Honestly, it's actually amazing. Except as to the requirements of Section 3, there shall be excluded from the operation of this Act 1, agencies composed of representatives of the parties, of the representative of organizations of the parties to the disputes determined by them. 2, which is, except, as to the requirements of Section 3, there shall be excluded from this operation to this Act courts, martial, and military commissions. What else should be excluded? Military or naval authority, exercise in the field in time of war or in occupied territory. What else should be excluded? Functions which by law expire on the termination of present hostilities within any fixed period. Okay, whatever. Thereafter or before 1st July 1947, and the functions conferred by the following statutes. Selective Training and Service Act of 1940, so it's giving reference. Contract Settlement Act of 1944, Surplus Property Act of 1944. Person includes, right, for person and party. B, right, person and party. Person includes individuals. That does not mean just one sentient being. For me, like I said, and I gotta look for it again, because it was 5 USC 552A that you brought up when you was going over the Texas application for a driver's license, Malika, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it exposed that basically an individual is a sole proprietor.
Yes. Well, that's actually in the tax code. So it's an individual that is in the United States Coast Guard or military that has the bastard foundling papers filed with a state vital statistics department. But as far as the tax code, which is what they prefer to use, since even those agents under 522 USC 5, those are only relevant when still engaged in that interstate and foreign commerce activity, and they do consider them to be kind of independent contractors as well.
Mm-hmm. Person, quote unquote, includes individuals, partnerships, corporations, associations, or public or private organizations of any character other than agencies. Party, quote unquote, includes any person or agency named or admitted as a party or properly seeking and entitled as of right to be admitted as a party in any agency proceeding. Because remember, this is the Administrative Procedure Act.
It can only be administrative procedure because the Constitution clearly says that agents of foreign states, aka the B.A.R, do not have any judicial power. So they have to only practice in administrative proceeding, nothing with judicial power. So when they have their agency proceedings that are only administrative, and then they pass orders out to judicial officers known as sheriffs. That is the commingling of branches, which is strictly prohibited.
Yeah. There's the, what do they call that?
Separation of powers.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not a separation of powers. Exactly. It's like, oh, so we're getting back to the monarchy now. It's going back to monarchy, monarchism. Okay. Anyway, so where are we? But nothing herein shall be construed to prevent an agency from admitting any person or agency as a party for limited purposes. I tell you what will limit it is not having the fucking minutes for that board meeting of the agency that says that they are the attorney. C, rule and rulemaking. Rule, quote unquote, means the whole or any part of any agency statement of general or particular applicability and future effect designed to implement, interpret, which means sell, or prescribe law or policy, or to describe the organization, procedure, or practice requirement of any agency, and includes the approval or prescription for the future rates, wages, corporate or financial structures, or reorganizations thereof, prices, facilities, appliances, services, or allowances, therefore, or of valuations, costs, or accounting, or practices bearing upon any of the foregoing. Rulemaking, right? Which is, I guess, where you get rules from. How do you make rules? How are rules made? Well, let me tell you about the birds and bees called rulemaking. Anyway, rulemaking, quote unquote, means agency process for formulation, amendment, or repeal of a rule. So rulemaking is how you get rule, right? Interesting. I thought there was a constitutional provision about rulemaking that they can't do. It seems
Or the part that says the rulemaking that they're limited to, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14.
Clause 14, correct, which is the land and naval forces, to regulate the land and naval forces.
The rules, though, that's the word they use. And make rules. Okay. Those agency bylaws, even though it's written in the Constitution, they're telling you.
Correct. For the regulation of the land and naval forces.
And the government.
And the government, correct.
Right? Rules to regulate the land and the government and the land and naval forces. It's rules. It's not even called laws in the Constitution. That is the law of the land.
Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. So you guys, that's tab number 3. That's part number 3 in the description, right?
People out here like act under your agency number and just say you're being in the private. What?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, wowzers. Whoa. Right? Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. To be a part of, Seven Hill Star does have a telegram. I saw it just real quick as I look, but I'll go back and read everyone else's comments. But for one that's talking about, is there a telegram? Yeah, we do have a link for it. However, I'm pretty sure when it comes to Lawful Living's telegram, you guys have definitely got to be a part of Lawful Living. That's kind of, I'm not even really giving it out unless people are really serious about it, or Malika's like, yeah, you can share it when we're in the middle of class. But that would be completely, because I don't even know if I put it in the description. I know I put your Rumble in the description, Malika, but however, we know, like, when it comes to Telegram, it's troll patrol that has to happen a lot in Telegram, because sometimes people come there and it's like, oh, okay, you gotta kick this asshole. However, that's just what I'm saying. So yeah, for us, for astrology, yeah, we do. Seven Hill Star does have one. However, I only even limit that to people who are serious about studying astrology. And usually people get access to our Telegram after having a Mirror Astro Literacy session. So I'm pretty sure that the Telegrams are received by those that are actually some way, shape, or form a part of Seven Hill Star by way of you actually having a session. And when it comes to lawful living, have you already committed to being serious about being a part of lawful living, the actual, site and or app, and you're attending the classes, because it's a very valuable telegram. I'm telling you, it really is. However, I'm saying that because, there are bad apples that are out there. Like Malika had admitted yesterday, somebody is literally trolling her by transacting, for it. You know what I mean? And so like they transacted for it, but they just want to transact for it just to troll her, right? Like, yeah. But you said you were just asking because I know you're interested. I know you are. However, the only reason it is that serious though, is because, sometimes people just, and I'm not saying you, all right? I'm not saying you. Just as a matter of security, though, me being the Cancer that I am, it's like we're kind of curtailing giving out the telegram so easily because a lot of times beings just come, and I got to be honest, I've never seen your account before, ever. But thank you for joining us. You call yourself Black Knight, so thank you for joining us. I would prefer Moorish Knight, but to each his own. You have your free speech in the press, how you would like to present yourself. However, I would just really say, one would have to be sincerely a part of it and actually, maybe have a thumbnail picture of the actual Prophet Noble Drew Ali and not that picture that's being utilized to say that he was a circus performer named Thomas Drew, so yeah, just being respectful, not, but those of you that know, at times when people, Prophet Noble Drew Ali was actually Thomas Drew, and he was a circus performer. See, here's a picture of him when he was younger. That's not Prophet Noble Drew Ali. That's not him. However, no, it is that serious actually. So and you're interested in having the Telegram link, so you it's definitely that serious. However, I'm not being rude as much as I'm being protective, pertaining to that which we have and share, because a lot of things are done freely. You wouldn't necessarily have to be a part of mine or Malika's Telegram group.
Man, we just gave everybody the magic key now.
Yeah, we did. I mean, how often do we do things freely? You're freely giving things away automatically every Tuesday and Thursday. We're live every Sunday, Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. Is Saturday the only day we're not? Is that like the Sabbath for us? We're just we're just not giving free shit, on Saturday. Is that what that is?
I don't give free shit on Saturday.
Is that what it is?
I'm actually on someone else's call every once in a while on Saturday mornings. They start very early on the East Coast for those who are on that side, but usually I roll on there. If they're on for a while, I'll roll on there around 11.
Yeah, indeed.
But that's Saturday too. And again, because the information is valuable, people do donate when they're given the opportunity to, because reciprocity is real.
Correct. And my position, again, because I'm gonna speak where I came from, right? I didn't come through some bullshit Moorish consulate. I didn't come through some bullshit consul general, some so-called consul general of Morocco. I didn't come through the fall of Moriscos, falsely called rise of the Moors. That's not my foundation. So if anyone knows, and I get it, you're new. This is not me coming at you, right? However, I can see the defense in your publishings in the chat. It's all good. And it doesn't bother me, actually. I just think maybe I need to give you full disclosure so you're clear. I usually tell people take 18 months on RV Bay Publications. Study that website. That's number one. Why? Because I've done it. Then 7 Hill Star Astrology, 7hillstar.com for astrology, is great. for those that are sincere about, you know, when you comprehend that your Moorish zodiac constitutional law is really the creme de la creme. Because if any of these state agencies violate your Moorish zodiac constitutional law, then they're violating their own Magna Carta. So, and that's in the Library of Congress. That's your zodiac constitution, AA 222141. And provided you are, and this is if you're coming from declaring or proclaiming your nationality. If not, then you can skip right to number 3. All right. Which is, you know, your number 1 in this case, which would be go to lawfulliving.com and transact the troll toll that's there, you know, so that one can actually take advantage of those things. And maybe you will be able to get the telegram by showing, you know, taking a class or showing up for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Because other than that, I like to make sure I'm not, and it may get delayed. You know, there are probably a lot of people out there, like you said yesterday, Malika, people that actually transact just to be like, oh, I'm going to say negative things against you. It's like, you're in love. Stop it. So anyway, stop it. You're in love.
I don't even know what's that about. I really don't. And I don't want anybody to get the impression that I don't talk about haters. Usually I don't talk to haters. I don't do anything special for them or because of them. I really don't even like mentioning, you know, it at all, unless it's a teaching moment, right? So I like to do that. It's a teaching moment. Like, this is where someone might be miscomprehending something, you know. And like I posted earlier, when someone finds themselves disagreeing with me, it's usually because they don't know my background is I worked at a bank. I used to be a loan officer for a mortgage broker. I used to work at a financial investment center that used to get checks from the casinos to invest. Okay.
Correct.
Like in the Florida casinos, like the Seminole, Hard Rock and stuff like that. That's the checks that I used to get. And, you know, and work in there. So, and, you know, we've also done, like I mentioned to you guys before, purchasing notes. Okay. That's, so when people are reading these financial codes and they're reading these penal codes and stuff like that, it's, and they interpret it by reading any of it and saying, you see, we are, here's where we, you know, we private people are, right? This is what we're supposed to be doing. It says right here that as soon as we sign the check, it's like, that's what makes it money, or it pays, that's not how it works. So when I speak against what seems to be the popular interpretation of a code, it's because I'm coming from knowing now both sides, what is going on the front end and what's going on the back end as a processor of people's data, let's call it data elements, into securing these alleged things called loans. Being a loan processor and working in the bank, I've been in that position. Like, I've been in all of it. I've been you know what I mean? So when I'm reading these codes, it hit different for me.
Correct.
So when I tell people their guru is telling them some nonsense, did your guru ever work at a bank? Were they a loan officer? Did they work with their auntie mortgage broker that told her all the inside stuff?
Correct.
You know, were you scanning a badge to get into the back office of Wells Fargo? I don't think so. So yes, you don't have to take anything I say as true, because that's not what it's about. But when we're talking about the interpretation of these codes, what is your background that makes you think that your interpretation is right? Because I can tell you mine.
That's a great segue. Okay, so let me give a little background, especially to the account Black Knight, because I know they are getting introduced to me. And it has nothing to do with anything towards you personally. I don't know you. I was giving you 2 things. I'm probably being a little too loving and open to you in this moment. What I'm doing is I'm saying that we give our telegrams, and if I'm open for correction, Malika, I will give the 7 Hill Star Telegram to those that have actively partaken in a Mirror Astro Literacy session, or have partaken in any other workshops, or have given their eleemosynary tuition for any of the workshops or classes on 7 Hill Star, so that you guys can get the updates that are necessary there for 7 Hill Star. I think because there have been beings that have misused their gift in having access to the Lawful Living Telegram, it is now being given sparingly to those that are members of the Jurisprudence Gem, which is Lawful Living. And I'm open for correction there. Right. So it has nothing to do with anything, right? So with that being said, if you have any offense taken by anything that was said now, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not your ears. You know, I am just that source in which your ears are partaking the sound that's coming from me. So you might want to take any grievances up with your ears for redress, you know, because I'm actually not only just telling you how you get the Telegram links, I'm also showing you a way to protect yourself. Because I don't know if you're dealing with Moorish science, you know, when I actually can take certain observations just off of YouTube. And I don't think we want to forget that, you know, and I'm not bragging, not only am I an astrologer, I am psychic. I don't really promote the psychic thing. Just like Malika won't promote her CashApp and stuff like that, which I kind of don't do that even unless people ask, or I put it in the description of videos. I can feel people way better than I can hear them. All righty. So I said all of that to say, this is how we protect the Telegram platforms to keep it as sincere and genuine as possible. And if there was any offense taken, that I'm going to fully disclose to you that that's not my intention at all. However, I won't, you know, belabor speaking on this portion, because that would only then qualify as a distraction. And I don't want to label you as a troll. So I'm going to take it as that there was seemingly maybe some miscommunication in how your ears receive the sounds emitting from my mouth. And so to me, to continue in love, I'm saying, again, maybe for about the third or fourth time, I'm not actually coming at you. I'm actually giving you full disclosure, which I think is what's lacking in the world a lot when people interact with people and come into contact with people, because that's what I do. So usually when people ask me, hey man, you know what? I want to get a chart reading. I'm going to give you full disclosure in text and on the telephone to make sure you still want to move forward before I even give you my Cash App, let alone any other links I have. Because I take this seriously. I am in my 9th year, so it's 8 years that I've completed in declaring and proclaiming my nationality. And being a internationally certified and professional astrologer who is only using the astrology respectfully to navigate my psychic abilities, that is well respected and recognized by my elders. So with what I'm doing here on YouTube, I'm not doing it just for myself and my loved ones, even though that's the primary reason. I'm also making sure that I'm sharing for you and your loved ones also. So it would just take a chance to get to know me. I'll give you my phone number before I give you my Telegram. Look how old fashioned I am. 443-376-8764 is the number. It's out there. It's all over the Instagram. It's your first time coming across me? Great.
Oh, you mean you only look like you're only 19?
I am 19 this year. I'll be 19 plus 20 this year. I'll be 19 plus 20 come July. right? So with that being said, well, Malika, they said the same, Eddie said the same thing about you the other night. You know what I mean? And I was
That's why
like,
I'm laughing, and that's what the guy said yesterday.
yeah, like seriously, like yeah. But other than that, yeah, I know you're not a troll. I'm trusting that you're hearing. Okay, let me just say this and then I'm gonna move on. Nothing I said was intended to offend you. All right, and I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, because I'm ready to move on to my number 4, which is on the screen right now. All righty, after showing you guys the Administrative Procedures Act, right? But that was a good intermission, a great intermission to actually show you all that the reason why I conduct myself this way and thoroughly is because I comprehend that just because we may even have the same skin complexion, allegedly, right? Or similar, we're foreign to each other's mindsets. So I am a one verse word within my own earth that is my body. And when this earth, this particular galaxy, right, this particular solar system, which is astrologically in order, meets with someone else's earth, galaxy, astrological being, because I look at it like, oh, my natal chart's interacting with your natal chart. I know that there has been no known synastry between two. However, I know that most beings don't speak like that normally. Most beings be like, yeah, I'm saying, yo, I'm just trying to be cool. What's up, yo? You know what I mean? Can we rap? Can we link up? Like, I get that. However, I can expound upon linking up and give full disclosure and give you the basis pertaining to how one must link. Because anything else would be me lying to myself and lying to you. And that's not my second principle, which is truth. 5 principles: love, truth, peace, freedom, justice. So that's why I said that. I get it too. Sometimes my voice sounds like I'm being an asshole. I can't help it. I'm a Scorpio moon. You're either going to like it or you're not. There's no middle ground with Hasan. I promise you, I know that about myself. I have to look at myself in the mirror every day and go, I love you. And the fact that people are going to think you're really great or really an asshole, that's what I live with every day. You know? I've accepted that about myself. So I trust that whatever the outcome is, it's genuine. All right. And with that, number 4, California Code of Regulations, guys. Right? California Code of Regulations, right? Oh, JM's here. I don't know if I shouted you out, JM, earlier, but you are here. Sunshine L is here too. Maya's here. I think I saw Maya earlier, right? And I'll go back and read, back there where you guys are, where JLV, which is not a guru in the Telegram group for Lawful Living, says not dealing with with a full deck of cards. Most northern state Alaska, most western state Alaska, most eastern state Alaska, right? Open 642. And this was when we were, that was said right before we put on Malika's video of 9 minutes and 19 seconds pertaining to attorney no authority. And Open 642 had pulled out the popcorn, right? Popcorn emoji, right? Jadon said in that video, Malika, that was bars, right? Sunshine L is given the 5 on the left, 2 on the right, and an applause. More fire, Malika. Sunshine L says, JM says it's all about holding the agent to their codes and statutes that apply to them. Isness is what JLV said. Sunshine giving some strength, right? Yeah, indeed. JLV, murder, etymology, origin and meaning of murder by Etymonline. Murder is a verb, circa 1200. Morteren, to kill, slay, kill criminally, kill with premeditated malice, from Old English Mithrian, because that D-looking letter is actually a runic letter that has the sound of the TH diphthong. So when you guys are reading etymology and you see like the D with like the cross, it's pronounced like the TH diphthong. And when you see another runic letter that looks like a lowercase b and a lowercase p together, that too has the sound of the th diphthong when you're reading Old English. They're called runic letters. So you can look up runic, R-U-N-I-C letters, or the runic alphabet to confirm what I'm saying. From Proto-Germanic, Myrthian, right? Source also of Old High German, Murdran, German, Mordrin, Gothic, Maorth, look, it has M-A-U-R, right? Maorthian, right? There's that PB letter that has the TH diphthong. From Proto-Germanic, Myrthra, the prefix C, murder. Murder to me, actually, though, is a flock of crows, actually. That's what murder is to me. Look it up. A flock of crows is called a murder of crows. Just wanted to add that. However, and then is where we get to the Black Knight account. It says, is there a link to your Telegram chat, Hasan? Yes, there is. However, the one that we showed was Malika's. Jadon showing some happiness there. JLB says, Dear Diary. Think I've addressed those things already with Black Knight, right? How do you conclude I'm here to hate? No, I wasn't saying that at all. I wasn't saying that. I'm just realizing I'm kind of reading this thing, but yeah, that's why I said everything that I said. Jadon says Tuesday and Thursdays you call our jurisprudence gem. Yeah, well, gem, like G, it's funny you put GEM. It's definitely a gem. Because there's jewels always. I'm saying GYM because we get to really exercise these principles conceptually in our mind and go over them, on Tuesdays and Thursdays with Malika for the Bible study, right? Because that's what she calls Tuesdays and Thursdays, Lawful Living Bible Study, right? So, well, hey, look, Black Knight says, I'm actually enjoying the info the sister is dropping on a better note. Oh, hey, look, that's great. Look, see, there's the silver lining. Yeah, Mother Sahar is right. I'm just making sure people are sincere. That's it. And Jadon suggests that you show up on Thursdays and Tuesdays to the gym. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Yeah, man. I mean, lawfulliving.com. It's in the description right now, actually. You'll find Malika's information. So yeah. Okay, I see what those thoughts are. Definitely not a rant. It's definitely love. I'm a Cancer, so I'm going to make sure you have everything you need, even if you don't ask for it. However, I get how it can be interpreted. So let's see. Wow. Ranting and accusing. I wonder if that can be proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. I doubt it. So and say again for the people in the cheap seats, Jadon's hilarious. He also says he's not ranting. This is how he gets down. Yeah. I'm very protective of everyone. You know what I mean? That's just me. That's just my nature. Brother Hasan, just apologize if the way he conveyed his message offended you, so accept it and move on. Way to go, JM. Yeah, because that definitely is not ever my intention. I definitely am not an offensive person at all. I just know how the sound of my voice, it's nasally, it's raspy, it's not too deep, it's not too light, so it's not the most pleasing voice. But hey, it is what it is. I love me in my voice. Your authenticity is greatly appreciative. Indeed, open 642. John says fact. The sister said that I was responding to her speaking about hate. Okay, and it's all love. Maybe you'll show up on Tuesdays and Thursdays and check out all the other free things that happen with Lawful Living and 7 Hill Star. Because if we were about ranting and accusation, we'll be selling packages of things without giving anything freely. Yeah, that's not it. It's both a gem and a gem. Yes, Jadon, absolutely. So California Code of Regulations, CCR. The California Code of Regulations is the official compilation and publication of the regulations adopted, amended, or repealed by state agencies pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. That's why I showed you guys that first, so you can see why there would be any so-called state code of regulation. Properly adopted regulations that have been filed with the Secretary of State, look at that records keeper there, have the force of law, right? So properly adopted regulations that have been, not only do they have to be properly adopted, they have to be filed with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, termed the Secretary of State. And those are the ones that have the force of law. The CCR is compiled into titles and organized into divisions containing the regulations of state agencies. The CCR is available from a variety of sources online. The OAL. OAL, again, is the Office of Administrative Law. Contracts with Barclays, a division of Thomson Reuters, to provide a free online version of the official California Code of Regulations, CCR. If you have difficulties accessing the CCR website, please email the Office of Administrative Law at staff at OAL, not AOL, OAL.ca.gov, or contact Barclays at 1-888-728-7677. See browsing tips below. Most county clerks and county law libraries have printed copies of CCR. State depository libraries also have a copy of the CCR. So any of you guys near the California State Republic is like, man, I ain't know that law, man. Like, it looks like all you guys had to do, and I am nowhere near California State Republic. However, look how easily we're doing a virtual field trip to the state assembly, the California State Assembly, and look what I found. Right? State depository libraries also have a copy of the CCR. To order a hard copy version of the CCR or purchase individual titles, please contact Barclays, publisher of the official CCR, at that number again. And it's given some historical information on regulations. For information on how to find past versions of the regulations, please click there. And guys, remember, this is the number 4 in the description. So you guys go and check the description here, right? You click more, that ellipse. Ellipse is ... When people say ... the 3 periods, it's called an ellipse. So where it has the ellipse and says more, that's what you click on, and you'll be able to see the description. You'll see I have each tab that I've gone over. This is the 4th tab. Government code section, right? Caution regarding official code of regulations. Government code section, right? 11.344 requires the Office of Administrative Law to provide for the official compilation, printing, and publication of state regulations in the California Code of Regulations. The online CCR California Code of Regulations contains the full text of the California Code of Regulations. Got it. The Office of Administrative Law updates the official hard copy and online versions of the code once weekly to reflect newly adopted, amended, or repealed regulations. The OAL, again, the Office of Administrative Law, cannot verify the authenticity of regulations downloaded from websites other than that particular one right there, right? Which is at that particular hyperlink, or confirm whether those versions reflect the existing content of the code, right? And it gives you browsing tips and things like that. So you guys can continue on that one. So what I did was I said, hey, let me click on that hyperlink that it said, this is the only one we can confirm. And this is where I said, guys, just not too long ago, when we was talking about, you guys think that Rule 12 is hitting about the attorney showing their authority. That's what we're about to see here. We're going to go over Title 1 first, general provisions, and check something there. But then I'm going to go straight to Title 11, where it says law. And Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the animals in the nativity scene. You guys are going to be like, what? Like, yeah. So general provisions. Title 1 pertaining to the California Code of Regulations, Office of Administrative Law. Let's click on that. Hey, review of proposed regulations. I say, what the fuck is underground regulations? right? But I'll show you what I saw that was. And look, hey, I clicked on one. Let's go back. I clicked on review of proposed regulations. Looky, Astro Cookie, our favorite thing when looking at any statutes or codes of regulations, the definitions, chapter definitions, right? Let's click on that. Chapter definitions tells you what the APA is and the certificate of compliance is and form 400 and what OAL means and regular rulemaking, what that means, which is, that looks like it's only 5 definitions pertaining to the, Code of Federal Regulations. And then it gives some history, right, pertaining to it. And so it gives you other information. You guys can go and do your own due diligence and research, right? So, the following definitions, lowercase a, the following definitions shall apply to the regulations contained in this chapter. 1, APA, quote unquote, means the part of California Administrative Procedure Act appearing in California Government Code, Title II, Division 3, Part 1, Chapter 3.5, commencing with 11340, which generally governs the adoption, amendment, or repeal of regulations by California state agencies. Certificate of compliance. Hey, look at you. Aren't you special? You got a certificate for compliance. Certificate of compliance, quote unquote, means a statement by the head of the rulemaking agency. Whoa, we just read all about rulemaking and stuff in the Administrative Act. Administrative Procedure Act, right? Means a statement by the head. The head of the rulemaking agency that the agency has complied with the provisions of Government Code sections 11346.2 through 11347.3 prior to the expiration of the effective period of the emergency regulations. After the adoption of emergency regulations, this statement is submitted to OAL, which is the Office of Administrative Law, for review along with the regulatory text and the rulemaking file. Form 400, quote unquote, means the form entitled Notice Publication / Regulation Submission, right? End quote. STD, which I guess is Standard Form 400, revised October 2019, which appears in Appendix A to Article 2 of this chapter. Number 4, OAL, right? Quote unquote, means the Office of Administrative Law. Number 5, last but not least, before the credits, right? Roll credits. Regular rulemaking, quote unquote, means the original submission of a regulatory action other than a certificate of compliance filing, subject to review by the Office of Administrative Law within 30 working days of receipt. So it kind of also lets you know, like, if, we were, the agencies are actually, even though one may be a head of a rulemaking agency, who's their boss? And it's whoever's the head of the Office of Administrative Law. It's kind of what it's looking like there, right? So any corrections for me? Any corrections? Any corrections? I'm open for corrections, comments, suggestions. Okay, so let's go back about how many backspace? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's good. That's something I wanted to look at. You guys can go and look at everything else, right? Because this is tab number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is tab number 5, right? Law. Malika, look at this. Shut. Division 1, Attorney General, right? Attorney General, right? Look at this shit. Chapter 1, regulations governing proceedings in the nature of quo warranto. We're going to click on subsection 1. Okay, we're in Title 11 Law, Division 1, which is Attorney General, subsection 1, service and filing of application. Yo, are you there, Malika?
Uh-huh.
Yo, read that.
A person desiring leave to sue in the name of the people of the state of California under any law requiring prior permission what? Therefore, what?
Hey, yo,
you have to get leave. Because you see, when you have to get leave, that means you're in court, right? like how the king had a court
Uh-huh.
and their agents had to, king's special agents had to petition on behalf of whoever the other party was to the king through this leave to sue. Wow, in the name of the king, this I might as well read it like that. Therefore, requiring permission to the general. That's an army general. Which person is herein referred to as the relator.
So hold on.
Love that.
That's what I'm like, yo, wait till you see this, yo. It's like, whoa. I was like, yo, that's bananas. And I'll give my insight on it. But go ahead, continue reading. I'll give my insight.
Shall serve the application, which shall include the papers. Oh, they got a paper trail referred to in section 2 upon the proposed effect. What? Upon the proposed, not actual, but proposed defendant. And within 5 days after such service shall file the same with the attorney general.
So the relator, like say somebody,
is that consent to sue?
Not only is it that, because I'm gonna show you, I think section 2 is what I read too. Like, yo, this is saying you can't prosecute unless you get delegation of authority from the attorney general.
Which is why the one that Aura keeps bringing up from the Virgin Islands got sued. All you just did was find the section of the code that supports that particular action.
Yeah.
You didn't ask for leave to sue in the name of the people of the whatever, the state.
So when a county prosecuting attorney says that he's representing the state of California on traffic case, you think disqualifying him to show authority? Look, not only does he have to
but
show
remember, as above, so below. So even if you want to say it's the people of the county or the people of the city, because remember, this county and the city also bring claims, then they should still have permission from some other general, even if not the attorney general. They still need some type of authority, perhaps from the district attorney or something like that, because as above, so below.
Correct, because the prosecuting attorney without the delegation is not a proper relator. Watch it. I think it says right here, application.
Can they get any more proof of the attorney not having any authority?
Like, not only does the attorneys not have the authority, watch, go ahead, continue reading, Malik. I'm gonna do my best to be quiet. That's the best.
They have to have contents. They have contents of the application. I wonder if they have a PDF of the application.
That it would be really good to see. Wait till you read these 4 constituencies, right? The relator.
The relator shall submit.
Hold on one second.
The relator shall submit to the attorney general an application for leave to sue, which application shall consist of the following. Holy snap. You have to have an original verified complaint.
Exactly.
To do anything.
And remember, the relator is who's ever saying that they're prosecuting in the name of.
Look, separate from the verified complaint, together with a copy thereof and a verified statement of facts. This is important because only someone with firsthand knowledge can verify anything.
That's why I was like, yo, wait till you see this.
So
like,
if an attorney is or an officer who arrives in a situation after the transaction has occurred, they can't verify anything about that transaction because they're not a competent witness since they have no firsthand knowledge.
Correct. And unlike Eddie, when Eddie was like, well, they can say that they're a witness to the record. I witnessed that I read a piece of paper. That's not the commission of what was transacted.
Yeah, it still doesn't mean they can't say it. They can say that. It's just irrelevant.
It's insufficient.
Right.
Yo, like, but go ahead. I yield.
Who
I
cares
yield.
about an affidavit that says, I swear I have firsthand knowledge that I read that record, but you don't have any firsthand knowledge of what's in the record. So you can't put any competent evidence about that record on the record.
Correct. I yield, Malika. Go ahead. I'm trying to keep my fingers over my lips.
The proposed complaint, and then they keep saying proposed, so not actual. The proposed complaint shall be prepared for the signature of the Attorney General, a Deputy Attorney General, and the attorney of the relator as attorneys for plaintiff. Oh, wow.
You got to go through 3 walls.
It says and too. It doesn't say or. It says the signature
Exactly.
for
That's
the
what-
Attorney General, a Deputy Attorney General, and the attorney. Oh, that's a lot of layers of attorney. A lot of layers of agent as attorney for the plaintiff. Oh, what else has they have? They have to contain points and authorities, not just points and not just authorities, points and authorities showing why the proposed proceeding shall be brought in the name of the people and supporting the contention of the relator that a public office or franchise is usurped. This is why the governor can command the military in the state.
Mhm.
An office or franchise of the government, a public office or franchise, which means of the government, is usurped, intruded into, or unlawfully held or exercised by the proposed defendant. Holy, what? So
Sounds like they need an indictment.
I would petition the Attorney General all the time. I would do this. I would just do this right here.
That's why I was like, what the fuck am I reading? Like,
And look at C. A notice.
Mhm.
Oh, notices don't work. A notice directed to the proposed defendant to the effect that the relator is about to, I'm about to sue you, bitch, is
Mhm.
about to apply to the Attorney General for leave to sue in the proceeding therein named, and the proposed defendant may, within a period provided in section 3, herefore show cause, if any, why leave to sue should not be granted. What, bitch, you gotta respond? Proof of service, sub-application from complaint, statements of fact, points and authorities. Look at all that. They tell you everything. You can just literally take that and put it as an outline.
Mhm.
Complaint, statement of facts, points and authorities, and notice upon the proposed defendant, notice of intent to sue, which we always make. Amazing. That's awesome. Let's go to section 3 and see what is the period provided for. I want to know how long they got. Oh, yes. I'm doing a quo Toronto today.
Like,
I'm gonna find somebody to do that shit on.
Like, what the fuck? I'm like, what am I reading? Like, this goes so in harmony.
You're
with
reading
this-
Remedy right here.
Yes,
That's
that's why I was
what
like,
you reading.
holy fucking.
Oh shit, you only got 15 days. Hey.
Yes. Like, not only is it that, it made me also think of like,
Served within the county. Bitch, I'm gonna send it to your job.
and it's so in harmony with, like we said, the attorney show authority, like show the authority or the proof of attorney, as well as, my mind keeps thinking, False Claims Act. Because if you're not doing this that we're reading right here, as far as the code, California Code of Regulations, anybody bringing a lawsuit that has not gone through the Attorney General, the deputy.
Yeah, but they say the state of, come on. They
And it
saying that's why when we asked that guy who's the plaintiff and he said the state and we all started giggling, I was like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't think we're laughing at him.
Right, exactly, because we're pretty sure, especially when reading this, if we utilize this in full faith and credit according to Article 4 of the Constitution, then what we could do, and then find a full faith and credit clause within California Constitution or any state, right, to make the connection, then we could not only will we ask them to show authority, then at the same time, like you said, to basically ask the attorney general of that state, hey, attorney general, you know this motherfucker right here trying to usurp your authority. Like the fuck?
Yes.
Usurped it. What? Fuck that. What about the guy trying to act as relator? Like, you ain't related to the attorney general. Stop it. That my cousin and them. That the attorney. No, it's not. Stop. Stop it.
No, when people ask these questions, they get a straight up, they don't work here. And it's like, well, what?
Click, clack, right?
Yeah, right. I don't like to say that on other people's stuff, you know. I like to do it in our secret sessions.
It's okay. I'm just saying. That's what it's calling for. Like, if you don't want a bullet in your head, then look at this stylish arrangement of nooses in many different colors. Which one would you like to be hung in for treason?
Well, I'm enforcing the law. I'm enforcing the law. The law says I have authority in the county. No, I've never read what the definition of in the county means, but don't worry about it. I'm sure I'm in the right place if I'm your house.
Yeah, this is wild. And that's what, number 1, 2, 3, 4. This is number 5 out of the 7. I told you it's only going to get better, right? But 6 and 7 just led me to, after I saw this, because I was thinking about, statutes and codes and stuff and regulations. I literally Googled, what is the difference between statutes and regulations? Yeah, as much as I study, sometimes I still go and look up the etymology of the word the, just to make sure I comprehend. You know, I just like doing that. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Right? You want to read, Malika? Well, I can read.
All right, here we go. Statutes, also referred to as codes, are laws written and enacted by the legislative branch of government. Regulations, also referred to as rules, are written by agencies, great, environmental protection, etc., to supplement the laws that were passed by legislature.
Supplement the laws, like how you would probably take like some Ovaltine or Boost for you milk drinkers out there, or some other vitamin supplements to supplement what? That which is already established in you naturally. However, I'm not saying that the statutes are natural. However, the e.g. exempli gratia, right? For example, exempli gratia, U.S. Congress and state legislatures are already laying down what is the natural skeleton and or muscles, so to speak. However, how are those muscles going to move? What's regulating those muscles are the regulations, which are the rules, right? So what's the rule pertaining to your feet being at which you stand upon when the hips allow themselves to, make the rest of the leg move? What rule is that? Well, that would be the Administrative Procedure Acts that your body is doing based on, what has already been written by the legislation, which is your divine being. So, I'm open for correction if you guys don't like that analogy. I really am. I'm seriously open. You know what I mean? All right. Then the second, because that's number 6. Then number 7, I literally typed, what is the difference between USC and CFR? Right? I yield, Malika.
The U.S. Code is a collection of laws passed by Congress. The laws are valid unless repealed or unconstitutional. The CFR is a collection of regulations adopted by federal agencies.
The regulations are valid only if authorized by law in conformance with the law. So you got United States codes, right? Like, you got the United States Code, which is 12 USC 411, which is 3 sentences pertaining to who can touch and exchange Federal Reserve notes. 3 sentences. 12 USC 411. Most people only focus on the third sentence without really giving effect to the first two. And the only beings that can really deal with Federal Reserve notes are Federal Reserve agents. Now, check it out. Federal Reserve agent. You heard what I said? Federal Reserve agents. So what code of federal regulation would regulate the Federal Reserve agents that are mentioned in the law passed by Congress, which is called 12 USC 411? How many people out here got stacks of Federal Reserve notes up to their ears and then fanning it out? And I have one question. How long you been a Federal Reserve agent? And is what you're on camera with the fanning of the Federal Reserve notes and bands of it up to your ear, is that a part of the Code of Federal Regulation?
I like to commit my crimes in private.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Am I wrong for asking these questions? Am I wrong for expressing my free speech this way? I'm serious. Like, come on. That's number 7, right? So that's what is in the description, guys. I am complete with what it is that I'm sharing here. I'm going to stop the screen share. All righty. And get ready to close on out, right? Let's read, though, real quick in the comments what I missed since I last read the last thing. Jadon says, oh, it's both Jim and Jim. Oh, yeah, I already read that. The accountant says, Black Knight says, I'll check you out, bro. Indeed, gratitude. Appreciate you. It's all good. He says also, excellent, excellent. Jadon says, the Rumble info is in the description. Indeed, right, Black Knight. You can see in the description too. Like, not only do we have Malika's website, which I like to call the Jurisprudence Gem, lawfulliving.com. It's also the Rumble videos there. Rumble is there also. Rumble is another video streaming platform, and you can see the as above, so below videos that she presented. Like she said, it's approximately 30 hours or so, but it's worth it. It's like 15 videos. Like, just get your pen and paper ready and you'll get all the information necessary that's needed. You know what I mean? And again, lawfulliving.com. You guys can either find the app. You got Android, go to your Google Play Store, download the app. You got Apple, go to the App Store. Like, I do both, right? I have the app on my phone and iPad, as well as I have my browsers with a few windows open. Honestly. Jadon also says the Barclays go back to the revolution for independence. Indeed, Jadon says you're laying it down like carpet. And, hey, that's what we enjoy doing. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, again, it's funny too, because I was about to make a joke, because I love when I get to team up with my sister who discriminates against Moors. That's another joke. Somebody saying, oh, I ain't coming to Lawful Living and I don't like her because she discriminates against Moors. And we were in class one day. I was like, Malika, how dare you discriminate against me every Tuesday and Thursday, and let me in class. It's so discriminating. Like, the fuck? Like, stop whining, right?
You just like punishment. You and Ara and Sean and the list goes on.
And to brother
and on.
Yeah, we just keep showing up.
You guys are self-hating. You guys are self-hating. That's what it is.
Yeah, keep coming to Lawful Living and let Malika just treat us poorly. No, guys, that's not what's actually happening. That's how you know when people don't get the time to really sit and listen, right? Anyway, it's all good, right?
Just so you know, we're becoming a cult because we have come to the same conclusions, even though most of us came from different backgrounds and strategies, and we're all got different ages and from all over the world. We are still, of course, because it's common sense, right? Is how I see it. Because
Correct.
we're arriving at the same common sense conclusions and not manipulated, contrived. People are not going to be like, well, I don't know. I just
Mhm.
throw crap at the wall and see what happens. People are coming to the same knowing. So we're starting to gain the label of being some type of cult, which
Yeah.
is or a tribe, or I don't know, like, yeah, come see everybody that's from all over the place on there.
Yeah, cult is the root to culture. So maybe this is what should be the culture.
Maybe they should come hear some exchanges between Bobby and McReal.
Yeah, that which is hilarious because it's almost I'm an only child. So I have to kind of like, like my baby, she isn't. So she has to school me a lot on what it's like to have siblings. And so I can academically say that it's like listening to Bobby and McReal is like listening to two brothers that will make fun of each other, but you don't make fun of them because then both of them are going to defend one another against you trying to, be on some shit. And that's
right. It happened real time.
yeah,
Okay.
that's how like, even though we're all remotely connecting, just in the mind, you can see that there's a love that's there. Especially when it comes to, it really got expressed on Eddie's live. When I really saw how everybody kind of formed like Voltron, I was like,
that was cool.
yeah, we definitely kind of all have one mind.
Oh, bad news. They just asked me earlier if I recorded it because the equipment failed.
What you mean?
It wasn't recorded the whole 5 hours. They just sent me a message asking me if I recorded it.
Of Eddie's shit?
Yes, the equipment failed. So even though it was saying,
where was it being recorded to? The cloud or his machine?
I don't know, because the same thing happened to me yesterday where it was recording to the cloud.
Did you know? That's what I meant to tell you. Did you go to your cloud? Because every time I do a mirror session, it's to the Zoom cloud. And
I know, but my cloud was allegedly full, and I lost at least one video.
It wouldn't let you record if it was full. I'm telling you. It tells me I can't.
No, it lets you record and then says it failed to upload. I've gotten that message and cried about it. So
what the fuck?
No,
that fucking sucks. So, like, did you accidentally hit record to cloud yesterday?
Yeah, that must have been it. But the second part for sure I got on my computer. So I'm about to upload that right now.
Okay. Cool. All right. That's fucking wild though. That's not cool. I'm sitting here thinking of like, how could you retrieve it? So when you went to go check your Zoom cloud, it wasn't there?
I might be able to retrieve it, but like I said, I know for sure I got the second one. So I'm going to try to upload both of them and see what happens.
Did you check your Zoom cloud?
I didn't check anything yet.
Okay. Yeah, check your Zoom cloud. We're gonna say it's there. So mote it be. Seriously, we're gonna say it's there. All right. So who did I lay after Jadon says y'all laying it down like carpet? GLB says Title 15 ties them all together. Yeah, indeed. That foreign trade and commerce. Jadon says, hold up, wait a minute. That's how I just said it. I don't know if you said it in that voice, Jadon. He goes, wow. And Brother Derek Blash Bay goes, insufficient. Yeah, because this is when I guess we're on a portion about the Attorney General portion just now. Jadon says, wait, there's more. Yes, it is. He also says, Brother Derek Blash Bay says, I love lawful living. Yes, we do. I concur. Brother Derek. Jadon says, I show up just to hear Bobby and Charles. Yeah. Just to hear baby Bobby Christ McReal, like, just kind of go at it. That's hilarious. I'll drink lawful living Kool-Aid any day, says JM from across the pond. Yeah. And Jadon says they are no joke, right? I'm just saying, guys, like, yeah. And that's why it's like, when Keith shows up, then it's like, we are complete, right? Because it was before I even came along. I mean, like, Malika, Keith, Bobby, and McReal were already there. Like I said, there are two mothers that, one mother invited one of my sisters invited the beloved Mother Oracle, and then the beloved Mother Oracle shared it with me. So technically, I've been a part of Lawful Living now for maybe 13 months. I think it was the end of March, maybe beginning of April. I came in, so it's about 12, 13 months, and yeah, I'm definitely in all the way. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I just received that, Brother R. I see the email notification for it. So
I'm gonna say that you got there in January only because it was February when I ended up in the hospital and had to shut down the site for like at least 2 months.
Really?
Yeah, it had to be January because it was right before I went to the hospital. So around this time, I would have, yeah, but probably about a month since. No, I still wouldn't have been doing lives because I was
Correct.
out.
That's
So
that's
it had to be January, and then we took a big break, and then started back up in like May. I tried to do a couple of calls, but I was laying down.
Before there was a troll toll. Honestly, it was at one point in time, Lawful Living was you just sign up, and it was like, yes, I think I just made it before you closed.
Yeah, you just made it.
You know, it was like, yeah, you know what I mean. However, I was watching. Actually, I was doing some reading because my beloved Mother Oracle was like, you need to go back and watch some of them videos. I'm like, I'll get to it. But once I actually like looked at a couple and then started coming to the lives, I was like, yo, like these people sound like us. Like, it's like, hold on, yo, like let's. And then I realized, like, I see why sis and the beloved Mother Oracle are like, you got to come over here.
It's so interesting though, because on one hand, it's like, I felt the same way when I listened to Brother Taj. I felt I had that I was like, he sounds like me. You know, he sounds like how the warrior tribe, as you want to call it, right? That's how we roll. And that's why I keep saying, I kept thinking to myself, who's getting this? You know, who's actually picking up what he's laying down?
Got you.
You know, every video I listened to, and they were long, and I would listen to it in parts. But part of why I wouldn't listen to all of it, because I'm like, he's literally saying exactly.
Yeah, that's why I was.
But you get that preaching to the choir type feel. Like I don't even know. Like, you know, shout out to him. You know.
Yeah, shout out to Brother Taj. I think he's teaching.
I wonder who is really getting it, because when you don't get it, you'll come to the group and it won't click for you, because the people who are thinking on the same level of consciousness that you are, they still haven't figured out the foundation of the issue. So they're swinging at the branches, and we're over here hacking away at the root.
See, back in the end of 2014, like I said, I declared and proclaimed my nationality in like November, but I actually received everything like in May as far as my documentation once I put it in. But it wasn't until December, January, maybe even February of 2015 that I actually looked at my first Brother Taj video. And I was looking at videos that are on Noon Najiel, right? Brother Noon Najiel, who is he has what's called Fez Province Regency with Mother Delilah. And that's where I saw the videos first of Brother Taj, right? And I'm just like binging the fuck out of Noon Najiel's YouTube page. And as I'm looking at them, right, and just like, yo, hold up, like, time out. Like, Brother Taj sounds like some of the conversations I'd be having with people, but I didn't know that there were other people, because I just, at a moment, I was like, dang, yo, motherfuckers just think I'm crazy. So I started staying in the house and only coming out when I need to go to the store, grab some things, or somebody want me to come to a function, like a cookout or something. Other than that, I'm in the house making music, studying law, playing Call of Duty. That was really about it, for real, like seriously. Besides being a dad at different times, right? However, what I recognized was once I made a decision about maybe I first met Brother Taj February 3rd, 2017. And so by that time, I'm thinking to myself, which is about 2 years and 3 months later, I'm like, yo, I'm just gonna have to link up with y'all and just come every other, as the first and third Fridays, and then the first and third Saturdays, he's near the Philly Corporation at Shakamoxon at the York House of Philly, right? Which is a retirement community in which, in the auditorium room, he's giving classes, him and Brother Set and Rob Bay. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, I gotta make it. I mean, I barely have finances, so I'm always looking for a carpool at that time, right? And so what I recognized was the more I was there, the more I'm looking at what he's saying instead of just being an amen corner, quote unquote. I realized something. And so when him and at that time, I think Dooley would come out too, Brother Dula would come out and do some of the classes with him. And they would ask questions. And most people would just be like this when the questions are asked. Like they're under the hypnosis of being wowed by the lecture, because that can happen if you're not really there with purpose. When I started answering certain questions, Brother Abdullah and Brother Taj would look at me like, what you say? And I would repeat it. They were like, yes! like somebody fucking gets it for real. And it's like, and then it started happening more often. And then there are videos at House of Reawakening Minds that are on New Nagiel's page, because that Mother Delilah was her camera for many years. All right, it was being recorded. The Brother Taj's lecture is being recorded, and he's doing the lectures. She's recording it. She gives the video to be rendered to YouTube to New Nagiel, and I'm thinking that this is this great thing that's going on. And what happened was Dr. Naila got upset about it because she felt that she was left out of the loop of what Brother Taj, Mother Delilah, and New Nagiel was doing. And I'm like, whoa, that's not what I was trying to do. I just wanted to compliment you guys on the great job you're doing. I just want to help and assist. And that's why now you see that there's this no more Mother Delilah doing the videos of Brother Taj, and Dr. G is just making sure she's trapping everything that's happening on her platform. And it just, that type of disunity that I saw amongst the elders at that time, it just kind of was like, damn, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking them. I'm not seeking to embarrass them. I'm giving you guys my experience, and I'm giving you my account to what actually happened. So really my thing started with observing, like after I was doing a reading on R.V. Bey publications for 3 months, and then finally the brother that shared R.V. Bey with me, he was like, yo, you got to look at those videos of Taj. Yo, you sound like Taj in the conversations we had. I'm like, who the fuck is Taj? And then when I finally looked at it, I was like, damn, yo, like his mannerisms and kind of how he says things sounds like my actual biological father. And I'm like, yo, where is he from? And then he started saying different things the way I'm like, yo, I wonder if my father know this cat. Asked my pops don't know. I'm like, yo, how you not know somebody that cut hair near the New Jersey State Republic and near the Pennsylvania Commonwealth, and you was cutting hair in them same areas? You ain't never run into this cat? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't know who he is. Sent them videos. I'm like, yo, that's wild as shit that y'all got the same mannerisms and all that. So all of that, you know what I mean, added up to where I'm at now, 8 years and 4 months later. 8 years, 6 months later, actually, 5 months later. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm doing. And it's like, that experience can never be duplicated, because it was a different energy then. It was more of a squad. It's just that I guess Dr. Naila felt left out. I didn't know that they did not have some type of four-way agreement. That was none of my business. I just complimented them, and it stirred the fucking pot. A compliment. Right? So this is where you guys can see sometimes where a Federal Reserve note wanting or feeling like you've left out because a YouTube channel is doing great due to the venue where the videos are being recorded with a lecture given by Brother Taj. It's like, whoa, where's my piece of the pie? And it's like, damn, yo, like, then that's what happened. And that's why now, even to the point where when, like I said, when the mother Oracle was like, yo, check out Lawful Living, yo, you gotta check out this sister Malika. And she was like, it's gonna actually be what it is you've been looking for. She was like, I think your time is up with those elders. And once I got a part of Lawful, once I became a part of Lawful Living, I was like, shit. Yeah, this is it. And then when I talked to Mother Ross Mariah,
Wow, I'm shocked that would even be a comment, but
no,
I guess
it's
it could be just the passing of the baton, you know. It's
yeah,
time to, like you say, exercise the damn thing.
yeah.
Not just talk about it.
Yeah, it was enough. Like, there's been times I had phone conversations with Brother Taj, and I'll be like, yeah, because this and that, this concept, that concept, this concept. He's like, Hasan, you already know. All you're doing at this time is he said affidavits and rebuttals, something to that effect. He was just like, all you're doing is you're just basically rebutting whatever they say. He was like, that's it. I mean, what else are you gonna do? And that too was kind of in the spirit for me, like, damn, yo, it's time to go.
That's rule 301.
Yeah,
Federal Rules of Civil Procedure.
yeah.
Rule 301.
I was talking about rebuttals.
Yeah, it says if you pull it up, it says to whom a presumption is directed bears the burden of producing evidence to rebut.
Gotcha.
In essence, that's what it says, Rule 301.
Gotcha.
So, of course, in regular real life, all presumptions are presumed to be wrong unless evidence is presumed that they're correct in their legal worlds.
Yeah.
If someone puts a presumption towards you, it's a presumed in that presumption that you have to produce evidence otherwise, which is an abridgment to the innocent until proven guilty. But then you realize it's just rules of engagement in their battle of the forms. See right there?
In a civil case, unless a federal statute or these rules provide otherwise, the party against whom would that be the proposed defendant? Whom a presumption is directed has the burden of producing evidence to rebut the presumption. Now, let me tell you, I didn't comprehend it as Rule 301 as much as the more I was studying what I was studying, I was just getting the basic principles without rule citations. Does that make sense?
Yep. But those rule citations is what beats them in court.
And that's why
so they can't say your statements are without legal basis.
That's why my beloved Mother Oracle was like, Hasan, I think your time is up with them. It's time to embrace the future you. That's what she does, and she tells me that often.
Well, I'm so glad you took her up on that offer, brother.
Yeah, I mean, because they already knew that I was at some like, I'm tired of fucking talking. Like, we need to actually be active with this shit. Everybody want to sound like they Moorish and knowing shit. Why the fuck we not doing how it looked in the past? In the past, you wouldn't bring shit. You know how they look at the Ashkenazis that wear yarmulkes, the Khazarians, falsely termed Jews, how they look at them like, man, I ain't fucking with them. They gonna beat your ass in court. That's how they used to look at Moors before you became some pink Cadillac having package selling ass assholes. You fucked up, man. Y'all fell again. Now, I could have done one or two things, man. I ain't fucking with them. No motherfuckers keep fucking up. Or I can do what I did. Met Prophet Noble Drew Ali in his literature after being on rvbaypublications.com, seeing everything that I needed to do to learn about astrology and jurisprudence. Did what I needed to do. Expanded that by not seeking to step on Mother Ross Mariah's toes. and try to, oh, well, don't go to RB Bay, come to me. I wasn't for that shit. That's why I disagreed with everybody that was on that shit, right? And when she was like, yo, you're just expanding the knowledge, so continue on. So I felt like she gave me a green light. Brother Taj already gave me the green light. Mother Delilah was definitely giving me the green light. So I'm like, the elders are giving me the green light. Once I met Mother Rashida, who is the Sayarha, the head astrologer for Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs, when she predicted that I'll be going, she predicted 2.5 years in advance that I'll be going on a full ride scholarship to a major astrological society for a conference workshop. And it actually came to pass. I got a full scholarship back in 2021, I think that was. I went through it in 2022-ish. I actually just finished it last October, actually. So it was 2022. So I just finished it in October. So yeah, it was 2022. So I got a full ride scholarship to something that other people had to kick out $1,300 to go to. My whole shit got comped off the fact that I met the deadline and wrote what I needed to write for a scholarship and got a full ride. And was able to not only be professionally certified by that particular organization, but firstly using our own free national press, according to what Prophet Noble Drew Ali laid down for us. I made sure we had our own certification before having someone outside of what we actually stand for certify us. You know what I mean? Because I'm all about being an honor from what I see and what I read. You know what I mean? Even though sometimes I come off like an annoying asshole sometimes in people's ears, that's completely not my fucking intention. All righty. However, when Brother Taj was like, all you're doing is affidavits and rebuttals. And yeah, you're right, Malika. Rule 3. But last sentence says, but this rule does not shift the burden of persuasion, which remains on the party who had it originally. So in other words, the plaintiff still has the burden of proof. However, the defendant, the proposed defendant, the alleged defendant, has the burden of producing evidence to rebut the presumption. And one evidence that we are producing for rebuttals is, hey, attorney, where'd you get your authority? Near the California State Republic, it should be, hey, attorney, did you rap to the attorney general, the deputy attorney general, and your attorney? Did you get all 3 signatures before stepping out to, give me notice? You know what I mean? Did you at least consider that, even though you can give notice to say, hey, man, I'm about to apply. I'm about to pray. Please, Attorney General, sir, may I please be one who can sue in the name of the state, please? Did you do that? No? Okay. Well, we're going to present.
And you know what's funny? This is also like the CPA where it says that they cannot pretend like they are vouched for by the state.
Correct. And you said the FDCP federal, no,
yeah,
pardon.
It's 15 USC 1692E.
For the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
15 USC 1692E.
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
This is what I'm talking about, using the codes differently than most people are. It's E like next to it. It's 1692E. Yes.
Like, also
yeah. So open it up. Okay. So yeah, look. Number 1, the false representation or implication that the debt collector is vouched for, bonded by, or affiliated with the United States or any state.
Including the use of any badge, uniform, or facsimile. That's why when you guys are being served for an eviction by someone who wants to look like they're a sheriff because they went to Party City and got a costume.
They out here like, look, I have a bar number. What the hell that mean?
And
that's supposed to mean you're vouched for, bonded by, or affiliated with the state in this particular debt collection transaction. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so where's that delegation of authority from the Attorney General?
Period.
Because if you don't have that in a case-by-case basis, you're making a false representation that you're vouched for, bonded by, or affiliated with the state.
Yeah, you're not a relator. So again, that brings up, we went over 2 points out of the 3 delegations of authority. One is, does this board have the minutes from their meeting, which is delegating the authority to the president of the board to delegate the authority to the attorney to do what needs to be done. Because it sounds like now that attorney needs to take that delegation and then go to the attorney general and be like, hey, the president of this board with their minutes here said that they want me to, do some suing or whatever. And I just wanted to know if I had your blessing. Please, oh mighty Attorney General. Oh, Lord Attorney General, we thank you, Lord Attorney General, for these lawyer blessings. I'm just saying. And those are 2 points. One, you need delegated authority from the beings that are, that consent to be sued that way. You know what I mean? Jackson in that case for that home owners association or whatever, right? That they consent to be sued that way, which is a form of delegating the authority to be prosecuted in that way or whatever. Because
that's why it says consent to be sued is strictly construed. You have to either consent to be sued, because we already put it aside. There's no injured party for like 90% of cases that people are dragged in. It's already been established that 90% of cases that people are dragged into court for are not for injured parties. So don't even make that argument. It doesn't even matter.
Correct.
Okay? This is what matters here.
Correct. And the second delegation, of course, is from the Attorney General. Did you, all right, because on a case-by-case basis, the Attorney General is the only one that can bring. So this is what Malika went over in the Judicial Act of 1787. Am I saying that right?
I don't remember.
Pardon me.
You remember my story about history?
Forgive me. I think I just misquoted the year, but I think it's the Judiciary Act of 1791.
1789 is the Judiciary Act.
Okay,
1789.
Forgive me. Okay, I was loud and wrong. Judiciary Act of 1789, and the A in attorney is a lowercase a. So this uppercase A Attorney General is different. So with that, but even though we just saw in the agencies being able to act, they have a protocol they're supposed to follow. So when you don't know what they're supposed to be doing, you can't hold them accountable, and they can begin railroading your ass. Right. So no, we're not using the statutes, codes, and policies for our salvation. We're using them to hold these beings accountable. And then if they don't, it's treason. You know what I mean? There's got to be ways. That's why I said I think we need to start developing a relationship with military police. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Build a relationship with the governor, who was a substitute Bey. So for you Moorish Americans that have the Bey as your title, you probably should begin starting correspondences with that who is trying to substitute you, which is termed the state governor, or the governor of the state of, insert state of name there. All righty. And that's real. All righty. That's his McReal.
They're not trying to substitute the Beys. They know that people are crazy.
One USC, one insane persons.
Yes, people will tell themselves they have imaginary friends and that they absolutely need to drag around dead bodies in order to exercise their natural dominion.
Wowzers.
This makes sense to people somehow. If that makes sense, you must be insane. You need someone else to make rules for your life that you must follow. You need somebody else to tell you when to come and when to go, and control your arm, hands, and legs. You need someone else to do that for you because you're incompetent, regardless of what you want to name yourself.
Jesus Christ. Like that's as real as it gets, though. Like, that's not even me. That is the second principle again. That's truth. Like it just is. I'm gonna read this, and then Brother R, are you there? Oh no, I'm supposed to do the invocation out. That's fine. I'm doing the invocation out, right? But let's read real quick in the chat. Open 642 says, gotta pull out the cassette players again, right? Talking about because when Brother Taj's classes were on VHS before Mother Delilah put them on DVD, and like while in transition to having everything uploaded. But like I said, New Nagiel, N-U-N is the first portion to his appellation. N-A-G-I is the second portion to his appellation. E-L. That's where I originally saw the videos. You see what I'm saying? When it comes to Brother Taj. And really, that's where I go to look at the Brother Taj you're getting now is the Brother Taj that after, that said, the things that we're doing now, we won't be doing in the future. That's so you're getting a different Brother Taj. He's just moved to the next portion of his presenting. You go back to 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the animals in the nativity scene. I'm telling you, you're gonna be like, oh, now I get why Hasan made sure he went to the House of Reawakening Minds to be there for 15 months straight every other Friday and Saturday, or every other Friday, House of Reawakening Minds. And if there was something going on near the Philly Corporation at the York House at Philly, I was there, period. Because I realized what was happening. And when Malika says, I wonder if anyone's comprehending it, not bragging, me. You know what I mean? That's what I saw at that moment. And then I have my brothers here. You see what I'm saying? Brother Corey, Brother Terrell, Brother Sean, Brother Ara. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've never come across any other Moors like us. Not specifically like us. I've never seen it. There are tons of Moors that are sincere out there that I've met. They're not doing what we're doing. Maybe not because we're better than them, not because they're better than us. Maybe that's just our fucking, that's the way our charts are set up. Our natal charts are set up for us to do this. That's the only way I look at it. Mother Janelle Blash L says, I agree, Malika. Grand Sheik Taj and you do sound a lot alike. So that's Mother Janelle Blash L, who was the third one that said, y'all got to do Ohio next Friday. So we're gonna do Ohio next Friday, Malika. Maybe we can get Joe to come in. Like, maybe we can ask Joe, like, yo, you want to come in on an impromptu improv on Friday, man? They want us to do Ohio, go over the like statutes and codes and stuff. You want to add your wisdom there? C. Thomas says, I haven't heard from Brother Abdullah for some time now. Man, ever since Dooley got with Shem, I've been kind of like, I got bro on my phone, but I just distance myself right now from Dooley, man. That's a different Dooley, man. I'm not knocking him. I'm not talking about Dooley either, because that's my bro. It's just, like I said, every elder purpose. Every elder had their purpose, seriously, right? And has their purpose. You know what I mean? Great books, right? I have Moors and Masonry in my let me tell you about that. You know how I got a copy of Moors and Masonry? Honestly, somebody the third day after he had released his book, because he released it as a hard copy, right? It was soft back, but it's a hard copy one you can actually get. And it was an internet release for PDF. Somebody made it available freely, and it was like, oh shit. So I called him. I'm like, yo, Dooley. Well, actually, no. I called Seton Ra. I called Brother Seton Ra Bey. And I'm like, bro, Dooley book is online, yo. Didn't he just drop this shit 3 days ago? And he like, where? And I showed him the link. Like, that's like, I think I called Seton Ra 10 a.m. Eastern. That shit was down by noon. Like, they obviously tracked the source of who had it. But that's how I actually got my hands on the PDF of it. I was like, shit, this is actually the whole fucking book. I'm like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, Dooley. You know what I mean? I was about to talk to Seton Ra talked to Dooley. And Dooley was like, hey, brother, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, it's all good, man. I just know you just released that shit. And then, I'm thinking, like, Moors got to stick together. And then, like I said, the more I learned and saw what it was. All right, peace, Malika, indeed. Islam. you know, once I saw what it was, I'm like, all right, so, you know, just like when I was in the church or when I was in the Nation of Islam, sometimes people bring that street shit inside, you know what I mean, the situation or whatever. So I easily recognize that, you know what I mean, me being from the Baltimore, near the Baltimore Corporation, I recognize that. So it is what it is. Other than that, though, you know what I mean, I'm not taking anything personally. I just realized that we all here and we solving different sums. So I can't be mad at people when they done certain stuff. You feel me? So it is what it is. But yeah, see, Tommy, that's what it is when it comes to dually, man. Like that's a different dually, man. Like you guys look up the Divine Warning video with Brother Taj on New Nagiel's page, the Divine Warning video. You know what I'm saying? Or whoever has it up, because I know a lot of the videos that Brother Taj had from back in the day, you know what I mean? I think, you know, there's other accounts out there that, you know what I mean, uploaded it. I don't know how they got their hands on it. Maybe they downloaded on from YouTube. Because when I downloaded videos from YouTube, it was just so that I don't have to see the advertisement so I can continue, you know what I mean, the lesson without the advertisement interrupting. However, it's still New Nagiel's page that I was seeing the videos from. JM says, yes, when I first heard Grand Sheik Taj, I knew I found the final piece to the puzzle that troubled me about why my people near the United Kingdom and United States of America, right? But say in UK and USA, were catching hell. Indeed, JM. Jadon says, when I first heard the good brother Taj, he told me I couldn't read and had never been reading. Yo, yeah, that sounds like something. Yeah, definitely. JM says Pisces energy. That's interesting. Probably, I don't know, I'm not sure what you mean as far as Pisces energy right there, but I get it. It's funny too, because Brother Taj is an Aquarius, right before Pisces. C. Tom says Rule 301, presumptions in civil case. Yeah. Mother Sahar says so true. Open 642 says energy transferred. Mother Sahar laughed at the Party City line about when people come to service you looking like they're somebody official, and they just went and got a gold painted piece of plastic and put it on their bus pass holder as if it's like, this is my badge around my neck. Sorry, get the fuck out of here. Brother Derek Blash Bay, it says 15 United States Code 1692E. Yep, that's correct, right? Mother Sahar says gratitude, Brother Hasan, Brother R and Malika. Indeed, gratitude, indeed, Mother. Then let's see what else you got here. Brother Derek Blash Bay says correct. That stuck in my head the first time Todd said that. Yep, indeed. Mother Janelle Blash L says, thank you, Brother Hasan, Brother R, and Mother Malika. Indeed. Jadon says, thank you for the presentation, Brother Hasan, Brother R, and Mother Malika. Gratitude, indeed. Yo, as I'm reading, I just saw Jadon's comment of titty metal pop up. That's exactly what their little piece of shit badge is. Titty metal. Right? Exactly. JM says everyone has their lane. That is very true. Right? It's just that, you know, when it came to being around the elders, I even saw how they was kind of like, you got to go take your place amongst the affairs of men. And so when the beloved Mother Oracle was like, I think your time's up with the elders. It's time to go be the future you. I was like, oh, okay, got it. Mother Sahar says Abdullah said he's going to revise Moors and Masonry because he said some of the information is incorrect. See, that's what I'm saying. What happened to Dooley? What happened to Dooley? But anyway, what happened to that Moor? Whoa. What happened to that Moor? It's just like, oh no. I don't know if that's true. It's like, man, who threatened you, Dooley, and told you to change that information, man? What's really good? You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people exchange 50 units in lieu of lawful money for that book. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now you're like, oh man, some of that stuff ain't reliable. It's like, so which portion do I get refunded for or whatever? I mean, I'm not inciting that you guys do that. Right. Thank you, Mother Son, for putting that. And yeah, Jadon, titty metal is funny. JM says gratitude to you all. Indeed, gratitude. So guys, now let's do the invocation out. I am going to do our Moorish American prayer out. We're going to complete our meeting today. As we had opened up, Jadon said, stop it with the Birdman calls. I'm just saying, man. What happened to that more? Anyway, Mother Sahar said exactly. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand and face the east, put my feet on a 45-degree angle. We're going to extend all appendages on the left hand and just the index in the middle on the right. Going to face east this way, guys. And you guys can repeat after me either aloud or in your heart. Alrighty, Islam. Islam. Allah, the Father of the universe, Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day. Through his holy prophet, noble Drew Ali. Ameen. All righty, y'all. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you all. JM said Shim and Tamara happened. Oh my God. Yo. Hey, oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. God, Joe. I'm telling you, yeah, shit really went like Mother Ross Mariah did her last presentation at House of Reawakening Minds. I will never forget it. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 11th May 2018. And then that next Friday was that fucking Chalet Moore shit with the Moorish American consulate bullshit. Him and his Diglett looking sister who thinks she's some justice of, it's like, man, what in the infiltration is happening here? Like, yo, that damn JM hit that shit on the nose. That's why I'm like, and it's funny because that's when I kind of felt like things was going a little way with him. So really, I would just be on the phone with like Mother Delilah, call Brother Taj, check on him about once or twice every moon cycle or whatever. But yeah, y'all, when I realized what I had in my hands and what I was responsible to do, I already never had that fuck ass energy to, you know what I mean, to do people wrong anyway, or to do any fuck shit like that and get out here, sell packages, all that stupid shit. That's not my vibe anyway. So I was like, let me just do the right thing for real. You know what I mean? Yo, yeah, JM, you drop, yes, that's a mic droppage there. Like, damn. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. I trust people, you know what I mean, get to see that the only thing that they infiltrated was their own minds for real, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali not playing on the other side. Never forget this. One thing's for sure and two things for certain. Prophet Noble Drew Ali's latent powers are abundant and can be called upon at any time as a matter of defense. A lot of people don't want to have to come up against those latent powers pertaining to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And that ain't no dogma shit. That ain't no, ooh, I was going to mystically say something. No, you can just simply be like, you just know sincerely, you know what I mean? Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I know you on the other side. You know what I mean? You're vibrating at an energy where I can't see you. However, I'm calling upon you and your latent powers that are abundant as a matter of defense, dealing with and insert your particular thing you're dealing with right there for real, and then let it go. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, things will move. You feel me? And you ain't got to be all dogmatic about it. Don't be dogmatic. Just be real. Be real. You see what I'm saying? Like, seriously. So with that being said, gratitude and love and respect indeed to you all. Super sincerity. Yeah, indeed. So guys, this is where I'm going to yield and get with my beloveds and hold on while pleased with my babies. And this is where I'm going to say to you all, thank you. Happy holy degree. Enjoy yourselves. Don't forget, guys, 70hillstar.com. Sign up there. And remember, get your Mirror Astro Literacy sessions. Start there, guys, especially those of you that are Moorish American, right? I know the eleemosynary tuition is 153 units in lieu of lawful money. However, that's 3 hours with me. So just reach out. I'll make sure I get you guys that, unless you know, it's no problem because me and my bros all work the same. Brother Corey, Brother Terrell, and Brother Sean are also qualified to do Mirror Astro Literacy sessions, also among other report giving astrological things as well. So with that, you all, I appreciate you all. And this is where I say to you all, namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love.